is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welt Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welt Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A-Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A-Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield Home Security System guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes, sir. All right. We are ready to go, ready to rock. Wow. Damn, that was quick, Sean. Holy moly. Yeah, baby. We're already starting it off. Yeah, tomorrow, Thursday, we'll be out at Hialeah Park. Remember, our Thursdays are switching to the afternoons, okay? So that way we're normally, obviously we're a morning show, as you all know. We normally are on in the mornings, but Thursdays we're gonna be switching to the afternoons, and we're gonna be doing it now. I will do something in the morning on Thursdays. Okay, so that for sure you can count on. We will do a little something, but it won't be a full-fledged show like we normally do on Thursdays. So just in case, just so you'll know, we will be getting it done, and we'll be out there in the afternoons, which is a absolutely beautiful thing, being out there at Hialeah Park. Always love being out there. Steve Calabro and the boys will be joining us. We'll have some fun with Steve. So this way, you guys get to come out and do a little happy hour with us. So now when you're, because we're always on while most of you, normal people are working. So now we're going to go on in the afternoons, 3 to 6. So you can come by, have some fun, have a drink, say hi to us, all that good stuff. I think we're going to be in the second floor this week. Who knows? We might be downstairs in the Flamingo Lounge like we have been in the past. So you never know what what we're up to. So there you go. Thursdays, 3 to 6 p.m. now is the program. In the afternoon, so we'll switch everything around. Looking forward to tonight, man. I'm going to go see Jack White. I've never seen Jack White. I'm going to the concert tonight. I don't know how many of you are going to the concert. Doing something really crazy because obviously I'm hosting. Today's the debut of the State of Florida Gridiron Roundtable, and that'll be at 7:00 tonight with Ira Schofel, with Kevin Brockway, and with Manny Navarro. So now you will get an hour of Hurricanes, Seminoles, and Gators talk from 7 to 8 p.m. And then our guy, Mike McCoy, takes over with the Miami Hurricanes watch from 7 to 8 p.m. And he'll have a guest. I don't know who he's going to have on today. We'll try to get him in there. So, yes, Andrew, just Thursdays. Okay, Hialeah Park wants to move the appearance to the afternoons. So we're accommodating them and moving it to the afternoons. But I will do about an hour in the mornings. So just in case if there's anything happening and all that, I'll go through some of the hot stories, in the morning real quickly. So I will give you guys about an hour probably on Thursdays, 10 or 11 o'clock or something like that. And then we'll be on in the afternoons over at Hialeah. So I'll give you a little, there'll be some, an appetizer, in the morning. So we'll be able to do that. Anyway, so we've got all of that going on in the world of the program. And what else do we have going on that I wanted to talk about? Oh, by the way, our thoughts and prayers to everybody in Puerto Rico and now in the Dominican Republic, because obviously they've dealt with the storm, and man, that thing absolutely walloped them. Sad to see what they had to go through, but anyway, so our thoughts and prayers to the people in Puerto Rico, and then obviously now in the Dominican Republic, they've got to now deal with that too at the same time. So just tough, man. Just it seems like every day you're just watching Alaska, and our friends in Alaska got walloped on the west coast of Alaska, and what was it yesterday? Mexico, right? It was Mexico. They got hit by 2 earthquakes. Man, it's just one thing after another. So you're blessed every day. Believe it or not, you're blessed every single day. All right, if you want to get in on the program, 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rheaume text line. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rheaume text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter, and we are on the mothership, and we're also on Cuts, on our Cuts page too. So we say good morning to everybody also on the Cuts page, since we're live on both channels. Just in case if people have, both channels, or they have the notification bell, they're going to get it. And if they miss it on the regular channel, then, maybe on the Cuts. And we've got several people over on the Cuts too already watching. So it's pretty amazing how both channels are getting built up throughout the process. And thank you all out there. Please smash the hell out of the like button. Great job yesterday smashing the like button. As you come in, it's very, very important to hit that like button while you're watching and get us going. We've got 30 right now with the 128 on the chat board. So let's pick that up. Great idea to offer the happy hour. Since I write for a living, I will now have to have several fake pages on my computer, and not just a page like I do in the morning. Big O, before we get deep into the fins, Sean, who's the white rabbit? Who the white rabbit is? That's what it says. Is that some kind of a wrestling thing or something?
It's everybody.
White Rabbit for me was a place on Bird Road that was kind of a head shop. The White Rabbit was that, I remember that. And then isn't there a Jefferson Airplane song, right? That's called the White Rabbit. So you tell me
what's song that is something with White Rabbit, and apparently it was the intro song for Karrion Kross when he was on Independence. But a lot of people thought they were hitting
Jefferson Airplane. Yeah, White Rabbit, Jefferson Airplane. Yes, of course.
Also, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just know they started playing it. What they did is they cut all the lights out at during the TV tapings now, and they play the song. So they thought it was Bray Wyatt, but it looks like it's going to be Karrion Kross, and Karrion Kross has been tweeting about it. So you never know. It's either Karrion Kross or Bray Wyatt. They might be working it to where everybody thinks it's Karrion Kross, and they bring Bray Wyatt back in because he's got the little rabbit guy that is on his show. So could be one of the two, but it's one of the two.
Okay. There you go. You got your answer. One pill is all right. Let's see. Devin Jordan says, good morning, O. Jay Allen looked good last night. The Dolphins will definitely need a pass rush against him. Jay Phillips needs a monster game. Yes, you are correct, sir. You are correct. Phillips definitely needs a monster game. Everybody needs a monster game, dude. Offensive line needs a monster game. The running game is going to have to do something. Tua's going to have to be terrific. The receivers are going to have to be terrific. That secondary is going to have to be exceptional. They do have a guy in Stephon Diggs that, he's kind of a pain in the ass. And Gabriel Davis didn't play this past week or last night. So, but last night for me was just funny and entertaining. And I'm sorry because it's at the expense of Ryan Tannehill, but it is baffling to me how somebody can steal money without a gun and a mask for a long time. This guy has made so much money fooling so many people, including the Titans, who are idiots, because you have wasted some pretty good seasons from Derrick Henry. And last night, what was it? Derrick Henry, 13 rushes, 25 yards, and a touchdown. So if you stop Derrick Henry, can he bail you out? No, dude. He never bails you out. And that second interception, and then watching him try to tackle, and it just, and the other interception, and he's like hitting the floor, and it's just, just one of those things. Like, you sit there and you go, for years I've been telling people, this guy, he's a great kid. He's a fantastic young man. You want him to marry your daughter because he's a good young man. There's no doubt about that with Ryan. But my Lord, how he has fooled people for so long. It is just amazing to me. And I'm watching him last night, and we in the Dolphin Nation, right? We're having some fun with this, and we're like hoping that Tannehill has the night of his life to surprise the Bills. In a way, I'm kind of glad it happened this way. I'd rather the Dolphins hand the Bills their first loss. That way, there's no stains on it. Because if Tannehill beats him this week, and then the Dolphins beat him, it's like, well, dude, they lost to Tannehill. Maybe they're not that good. Now, they walloped Tennessee. They shut down Derrick Henry. And now when Miami plays them, if they beat them on Sunday, then, there are no excuses. That's what I love. Nothing at all. Like those Herbert people, they're really quiet now. They're not talking any more shit now. They're really quiet now. They're not bragging. They can't brag about notice how they don't brag about their guy anymore, because they noticed how much he chokes in the fourth quarter and throws pick sixes. You know what I'm saying? They're still like questioning too. Oh, yeah, no, it's just a game or two. Relax. It's interesting. So it's just funny, the dynamics of it all. But anyway, going back to Tannehill, it's amazing how somebody can, for 10 years, get opportunity and opportunity and opportunity and opportunities of a lifetime now, what he's had at Tennessee. Any quarterback, what Baker Mayfield and Ryan Tannehill have had the last few years, anyone would kill for that. An offensive line and a running game, my Lord, that's all you need as a quarterback, dude. And he had Arthur Smith, a great play designer. Now he's with the Falcons, but he had that too going for him. And look, Baker now, you're an idiot. You had it going on. Cleveland's one of the best running teams for the last few years, if not the best, I think, actually. It's amazing to me. Really, it is. And it's funny because the good thing is, for most of you Dolphin fans, you officially, you've caught up. And deep down inside, while everybody was rooting for Ryan yesterday and the Titans and say, hey, beat the Bills, all that stuff, or beat them up a little bit for Miami, tenderize them a little bit till you get there. We sit there with all of that going on, but deep down inside, we all knew, come on, man. None of you really expected Ryan to go out there and get it done. So it just, nothing changes. Nothing changes watching Ryan Tannehill last night. It's just the same dude, the same guy that's going to go, scatterbrain in key moments. And it wasn't all his fault. There were times that the line wasn't working. He got pressured and all that stuff. But even when he's not going to get pressured, he's just never going to be that guy. And then finally they benched him, and then Malik came out, and you just wonder, when do they have the balls to finally say, this experiment, this mistake has gone on long enough. And you know what's the worst part for the Titans and their fans? Their window may have closed, and they may have ruined it by using Ryan Tannehill the last few years. When you had Derek running and AJ and all that stuff going on, you needed a franchise quarterback to put you over the top. And you didn't have one. You had a guy that was a game manager at best. The New York Jets, they got to the AFC Championship game several years ago in back-to-back years, but they didn't have the guy. They had a guy that on his best day could be a game manager. This is a really screwed up sport, ladies and gentlemen. Because of the salary cap, you have windows. Quarterbacks throw through windows. NFL teams will go through a window. What happened with the Patriots, you can forget about it. That was just an aberration. But usually you get a couple of years and then it closes. The Seattle Seahawks had their couple of years. They had to hand it off to Marshawn Lynch. Pete Carroll still has the dumbest decision in the history of football ever made. Should have won your second title. You might have kept some of those players that are happy and together. That call right there discombobulated that entire franchise. And they got their one title, the window closed. The New York Jets, they got to 2 AFC Championship games. I know it's blasphemous to talk about the Jets here positively, but you know me. I don't give a shit. I'm brutally honest. I'm fair with everything. The New York Jets had a chance to be a Super Bowl contender. They had the defense. They had a monster line, and they had a running game that can push you around, but they didn't have the quarterback to get them over the hump. They had a guy that could facilitate and get you to a certain point, and that's what he did, because that's all he was good for. But push is going to come to shove at times, and you're going to have to make some plays. And then he wasn't the guy. Window closed. The window just closed for the Tennessee Titans. You got rid of AJ, Derrick Henry. While he's been a monster, you can only take that pounding for so long. And eventually the league figures you out. And the league has kind of figured him out now. That, you got to stack the box, make him go sideways, and you're fine. But once you allow him to pick up speed going north, you're done. And then if you stop him, the guy that's behind him, or in front of him in this case, he cannot bail you out. And so they put the ball in Tannehill's hands, and it's over. And their window has closed also. The Jags had a pretty good defense a couple of years back with Blake Bortles. You're going to have that opportunity. You need to have at least a quarterback that can make enough plays, unless your team is super, super special, like Trent Dilfer and moments like that, Brad Johnson, that are generational type of defenses. That makes your life even easier. But there are windows of opportunity, and you must take advantage of that window. If you don't take advantage of that window, it closes, because talent matures. You have to then pay contracts, and then it just gets all out of whack. The Ravens won their championship a couple of years back with Flacco, and they had to pay everybody, and they couldn't keep their team together anymore. That was their window. They built it up to that moment, and it was over. But they got their title. It's a strange game in that sense because of the salary cap. The Patriots were the only ones that for years they were able to turn things over because Brady allowed them to do that, because Brady also had Giselle, and many years he took less money. You know, he was the ultimate team player. Kind of like what happened with the Spurs, that those guys, in order to stay together in a smaller market, they were all willing to take a little less. And that's why you were able to keep all these Hall of Famers together, where normally you can't. Normally you have to be like the Warriors, and you're going to have to pay just a crazy tax number, which is what they're doing now. But that's a different game. Football, that window closes quickly. And the Titans and their fans, you know, I don't know how many Titans fans we have listening right now, but that I don't know. I don't even know if some of them even realize that their window closed. Really. I don't know if they realize that. But now they're back to rebuilding again. And now you're going to have to try to develop another quarterback and hope that you drafted the right guy. And then you're going to have to build up to that crescendo one more time. If you're Mike Vrabel, that's if you can hold on to your job to get to that point again. He's done a fabulous job. But we'll see. We'll see now what happens. But it's a shame because when you have that opportunity and it comes and goes, that's it, dude. It's starting all over again. So Miami, so I can turn it, you know, full circle. Miami's working into that window right now. And over the next year or two, they're going to hopefully, if they get the right talent, if this is the right coach, if this is the right quarterback, it's going to happen. But if you're going to, it's going to come and go really quickly because you're going to have to then pay the quarterback and you're going to have to pay people. So that's why they kind of fast track this thing. Flo set them back a little bit. And they needed to fast track it last year and they failed. But Flo did not want to do that. And he wanted to depend on way too many young people. So now they've kind of fast tracked it. And it's this year and next year before you have to then pay Tua in year 5. So it's just one of those things. It's really, really difficult. Really difficult. And they're going to have to try to create that avenue now. We'll see if they can. We'll see. All right, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rheaume text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. By the way, you can also follow us. Please follow us, as I was going to say, on YouTube there at Big O Radio Show too. It's very important you follow us there. Also, let me tell you a little bit about redrecover.com, proud sponsor of our program. We love talking about red light therapy, man, and how it's made a difference. Some of you already have ordered the hat. You've ordered different wraps. You're working on those wraps now, and I heard from one of our listeners that was talking about their knees and how they had some issues with their knees and how they're using it every day before they go to work and when they come back to work, which is interesting because I never thought about it that way. If you do a lot of standing, that's kind of like a workout. And it's very interesting how that person said, well, I heard how, you know, you can use it before and after workouts. Well, for me, work is a workout because I do a lot of standing. And it's very interesting how she, by the way, ends up using it before her job. And then when she gets home, she uses it again. And then she says that she has now less pain, less discomfort. She feels a lot better when she goes to sleep and when she wakes up in the morning. And so she continues the treatment every day. And the red light therapy has helped her, and it can help you. It helps Sean, help my wife with her shoulder too at the same time. Folks, I'm telling you, when it comes to red light therapy, It is just an absolute marvel, and it has no side effects. It's all natural red light therapy. It's not medicine, so there isn't any kind of setbacks or any kind of side effects or anything like that. Kids can use it. Your pets can use it. They've got the wraps for the dogs, hips, because we know a lot of dogs end up having hip issues as they get older. RedRecover.com. Go to the website, RedRecover.com. Use our code Big O to make sure so you can get 10% off. Okay, incredibly affordable wraps, and you're going to get also 10% off. You'll get it delivered right to you. Go to RedRecover.com. Go to the website, check out the video blogs, read the regular blogs there, inform yourself about red light therapy so you can find out and how many ways it can help you, from healing scars to maybe growing your hair to alleviating pain and discomfort. RedRecover.com. Pat in Asheville. Oh, I need help from the chat. My flight into Palm Beach gets in at 11 a.m. Sunday. Can someone give me a name of a good car service that will get me to the game from Palm Beach? Wow. And let's hope you get there on time. A car service at 11 a.m. Well, we're going to need a car service for the man. Wow. That's a rough one. That's a rough one. Let me see here. Yes. Call Ocean Drive Limo. Richard Benetti. Okay. Ocean Drive Limo. They're a really good company, good person, man. Richard is a really, really good man. And he might be able to help you out. Tell him that Big O sent you. He might not even remember me, actually, from when we dealt with each other a few years back. But I remember the service and everything, and it was exceptional. So Ocean Drive Limo, Richard Benetti. Okay, call him, and call Ocean Drive Limo and ask for Richard, and tell him that I sent him. I don't know. Take a screenshot of our show and show my face and send it to him, or whatever, or something like that. But try that Ocean Drive Limo. They do those kind of things, and they're really good. And I can tell you from experience. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rheaume text line. So, it's only 2 games, right? But if it was 2 shitty games, you know what? Here's the newest thing that I love about the Herbert fans, the Deshaun Watson fans, the Tom Brady fans, the Lamar Jackson fans, all the quarterbacks they wanted that they didn't want Tua, right? All those people that they're really quiet now, right? But they'll tell you, oh, relax. You guys are acting like he arrived, this, that, whatever. And then I always turn it on them like, but it's all right for you to say he sucks. And it's all right for you to say that he's a bust. And it's all right for you to say that he was already the wrong pick. And it's all right for you to say that he's got a noodle arm. Right? No. So it's all right for you to say all that. But then those of us that believe in the kid, we can't be excited about his performance. I love it. I love the double standard continues. Like yesterday when I tweeted out about, Josh Allen throwing a ball that the receiver was 7-8 yards away and the ball landed 2 yards in front of him. Big, strong, strapping Josh Allen. My God, he couldn't get an 8-yard pass to the guy. It happens to Tua. The internet explodes. Twitter shuts down. Web3 shuts down. For you crypto people. Web3 is not even like a thing yet, really, and it shuts down. But Josh Allen does, no big deal, because, only Tua does that, not anybody else. My God, other quarterbacks don't underthrow, overthrow, or make mistakes. Another one, Josh Allen forced a ball where he was getting sacked, and it easily could have been a turnover, and luckily for him, it wasn't a turnover. Showed that one too, because of course, only Tua tries to force a play when he should take a sack. Only Tua does that. So I love this about these Herbert people, right? Because they look stupid right now. Let's just call it like we see it. Herbert people look stupid right now, and they know it. They're nervous in their chairs because now they're watching the choking stats. Yeah, they're nervous. They're going, yeah, no, our guy is really talented, but damn, I'm not sure if he has a heart. I wonder if he has a heart because, like, Ryan Tannehill. You watch him, and that's a yellow belly right there. I mean, there's no way that guy, he'll go scatterbrain in key moments. That's what he is. And I wonder sometimes about Justin Herbert. Is he scatterbrain too now? We will find out. But having said all that and getting excited, again, the naysayers, what were they saying? Noodle arm, wrong pick, all the things they said. Too short, lazy, doesn't work hard enough, plays too much golf, whatever. Oh, with Tua, you can't hang with the big boys. You can't have a high-powered offense with Tua. Tua's not talented enough. He can't get the ball downfield because, of course, he can't get the ball downfield. No, he can't. Tua and the Miami Dolphins are the fourth highest scoring offense in the NFL. Wow. Let me repeat that again. Only 2 games. But Tua and the Miami Dolphins are the fourth highest scoring offense in the NFL. It is the Buffalo Bills, who they play this week, with 72 points. The Detroit Lions and the Kansas City Chiefs are tied for second at 71. And then comes Miami at 62. Philly and Baltimore also have 62. So they're tied for fourth place for the fourth best offense in the NFL at 62 points. The guy they said can't have an explosive offense. The guy they say is too short. The guy they say can't throw downfield. Yet 2 of his receivers had 150 plus yards each this week. That guy. Well, the Dolphins have the fourth best offense right now in the NFL. Suck on that. That's what I got to say. 855-912-1056. Why? Because that kid's got the edge. And that's the part that people just don't understand. But that's fine, because if you're married to talent and you think talent is everything, and that's fine. But you got to have the smarts. Tua has that edge. You got to have the ball placement. Tua has the edge. You got to have the accuracy. Tua has the edge. You got to have anticipatory skills. Tua has the edge. But that's fine. You don't want to give the kid any credit. That's cool. Eventually, he'll win people over. He'll continue to shut people up. And you Herbert people that are looking really, really stupid right now, boy, you need some ammunition. Herbert people, you need some ammunition. Big time. You know why you need ammunition? Well, here's something very interesting that has developed in the world of stats. So here's the other thing that I noticed today. Well, I kind of knew it, but I really looked at it now, and it's interesting that people don't look at this part of it, right? And when we talk about me see. Can we bring this thing up here? Let me make sure. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Okay. Let me show you here a second. Something very interesting with Tua. So, here's the winning percentage, right? These are the guys that were drafted in 2020. And here's the winning percentage of the quarterbacks drafted in 2020. Tua Tagovailoa has a 652 winning percentage at 15-8. Jalen Hurts is 10-10, 500. Justin Herbert is 16-18. It doesn't help that he has 4 fourth quarter pick sixes, all 4 in losses. 16-18. You remember when he had a chance to cut it down to 1 score against the Texans last year? Playoffs on the line? Pick 6. Anyway, and the great Joe Burrow, who's awesome. He's 12-15-1. 0-2 right now, by the way. Now, follow me on this. Through the first 2 years, Justin Herbert had better coaching offensively and better talent through the first 2 years. Better receivers, better running back, no doubt. Like that can't be even argued. Not this year, but there's only 2 games this year. Okay? So Justin Herbert with better offensive coaching and better offensive talent than Tua Tagovailoa in his first 2 years, not these 2 games, the first 2 years. He can't win more games than Tua. He can't beat Tua. I'm just saying, man. So, for all the crap that people talk about, you got to win, dude. Win. Tua almost wins twice as many games as he loses. He's 15-8. After this week, when he beats the Bills and goes to 16-8, he will double his losses. Justin Herbert is 16-18. He actually loses more than he wins. And he's had better talent. See, the difference is when Tua has better talent, he wins a title. Right? One did it at Alabama. The other one choked at Oregon. So, I don't know. I'm just saying. It's kind of interesting. So, for those of you out there that want to try to keep fighting the terrible fight, you can go ahead. But wait till you actually win something. Then maybe you can brag about Justin Herbert. But meanwhile, when Tua wins twice as many games as he loses, and he's had the worst case scenario, and one more thing, he's had injuries. Because without the injuries, he plays the games he's missed. He would win more than he loses in those games too. Because that's what Tua does in high school, in college, and now in the NFL. Interesting. A guy that comes in injured, has to rehab, doesn't have offensive coaches or talent, wins twice as many games as he loses. Maybe that's why some of us smart people actually said, give Tua a coach and give Tua some talent around him, and you'll see the real Tua Tagovailoa. But that's all right. You keep thinking he's too short and he doesn't have a strong enough arm and he plays too much golf and all that stupid ass stuff that you guys come up with. John C., thank you for the love on the super chat, my brother. When Buffalo stacks the box this week and Tua's under center, I want them to audible to shotgun. Spread them out. Titans tried to run against the stack. We can still run it from the shotgun. You are correct. It's a different running game of what the Dolphins have compared to the Titans. You are correct, sir. It's a different running game, and it's a different offensive coordinator. He's going to mix it up, and he definitely will spread them out. Now, remember, the Titans' thinking is we're going to punch you in the mouth and all that, and we're going to move you and all, and that's right. Taylor Lewan, who's always injured, terrific player, terrific talent, but always injured, got injured again yesterday. Hey, but the Bills, man, they lost Mitch Morse, their center, to an elbow injury. I know he's having x-rays. I don't know where he's at right now. I don't know if you've heard anything, Sean, there. Tremaine Edmonds knocked the crap out of that kid, Dane Jackson. That was scary, dude. That was scary. I don't care if it's the Bills or the Jets or whoever, dude. I don't want to see that. That's not good. There's a wife or a girlfriend or a mother somewhere that is terrified watching their husband, boyfriend, or son or grandson or whatever go through that. You know what I mean? And as a parent, I'm thinking of that. And I'm not that guy that wishes, injuries on any player. I don't care if I hate the team, which I hate the Bills, but I felt I had a little, quiet prayer myself for the kid at that moment. That was not good. That's not good for any sport. You don't want to see that. So I hope he's fine. I don't mind if he has a little bit of a stiff neck this week and misses the game, and comes back the following week. Dane, you can do that. Take off the week. I just hope you're fine. I hope you have a great career, except against the Dolphins. But we wish you well. We wish you a speedy recovery, young man. So they did suffer some injuries. Okay. And maybe that's a little bit of a setback for them going into this game on Sunday. And remember, we will have the pregame show for you at 11 a.m. John C. coming in with more love on the super chat. He says, also, I want them to play one safety a lot, not zero. Double digs and go after Allen. Bring the house -1. Morris came back in the second half. Yes. But, man, just tough. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jackson was released from hospital Tuesday morning, walked out on his own power. They'll speak more on Jackson's injury later this afternoon.
Okay. Anything on Morse and his x-rays? Because it don't matter if I know one guy said, well, he came back. Yeah, it don't matter sometimes, bro. Sometimes they're bad. So I know it's an elbow. And that's never good. But anyway, and then after the game, the next day, you know how it is with those injuries. Sometimes they get even worse. So that's good. I'm glad he walked out. That's good to hear. I didn't know that he walked out of the hospital and everything's kosher. I like that. I like it. You don't want to see that stuff. Dolphins, by the way, are 5.5-point underdogs in this game. Over and unders 52. Miami is plus 185 on the money line. The Bills are minus 215. 1 o'clock Sunday. They got a shot. That's one thing I will say. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, they got no shot at winning. No, they got a shot at winning. That's for sure. I had them 3-1 in the first 4 games, and I still have them 3-1. I'm still convinced that they'll beat the Bengals like I was before. But now I'm thinking they got a shot here. Buffalo's got their share of injuries. If Miami's offense starts to click in that passing game, I don't know. I can't see them really running a ton on the Bills because the Bills are really good up front. But if they give Tua some time, I think they'll be all right. All right, I think Cameron Wolfe is ready to go. Let's go. Let's unleash the Wolf Pack.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL Insider Cameron Wolfe.
All right. What are you doing? Speed walking or something today?
Yeah, getting in the walk. I just finished up a workout, a little jog run workout. And so walking back to my house now.
That's a fresh Phillies shirt, by the way. I like it.
Appreciate it. It's not going great for us right now. We just got swept by the Braves, but we're still in the playoff mix as of now. So, trying to bring some hope and some good vibes to the Phillies as we get into the last couple weeks. So,
speaking of good vibes, so the stats are coming out. So best winning percentage of QBs drafted in 2020. Tua, 652. Jalen Hurts, 500. Justin Herbert, 471. Joe Burrow, 446. Doesn't look too bad for Tua right now.
Right. Well, the detractors will say that wins are not a quarterback stat, right? But I do think there is a lot to said about winning. And so I think that Tua's clearly shown, and even if you look further into the numbers, his fourth quarter numbers are excellent compared to a lot of other quarterbacks too. And so to me,
his fourth quarter
quarterback play
compared to the great quarterbacks in the league right now.
Yep.
Actually, not the young guys, not the guys he got drafted with. He's up there with the elite quarterbacks in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. And so he's showing that in the clutch, when it matters, he steps up the most. And so I think that Tua is trying, even though he doesn't care about it. I know a lot of his faithful do. He's doing his best efforts to show the detractors who he truly is and what he truly is. And, we got another opportunity this week for him to show what he's got.
Yeah, no, I mean, he wasn't a money player in high school. He wasn't a money player in college. It's like, when you're that guy, you're that guy.
Right.
It doesn't change. I laugh because people ask him about his confidence all the time. They did it again in the press conference. And it's like, these kind of people don't lack confidence, dude. You don't blow your hip and 9 months later you're playing the Rams if you don't have confidence. True. There's no way you repair your hip and feel you can play in the NFL if you don't have the kind of confidence that it takes to, I don't know, cure cancer, climb Mount Vesuvius or whatever the hell, or any kind of great accomplishment. When you're talking about a person who says, no, I'm going to repair my hip and I'm going to play in the NFL, that's all you need to know about that human being. Right. Because most of us would say, damn, I'm going to repair my hip. I hope I can make it to work.
Right.
I hope I can get up in the morning. No, I'm ready to go, coach. I'm going to play in the NFL. Like, huh? What? And so these kind of people, you don't tell great players you lack confidence. Oh, are you afraid of the moment? No, dude, these kind of people love this kind of stuff. They want you to doubt them. This is what Michael Jordan lived on. This is what Kobe lived on. This is what all great players live on. You're telling Von Miller, oh, I'm too old? Oh, okay, good, bro. I'm going to show you. And then he'll come back and give you 15 sacks. Right. And that's how these people are wired. I don't care if you're Layla Ali or you're Becky Hammond, who's an Olympian, who then went to the NBA and then said, okay, I'm not getting the head coach. I'm going to go right to the NBA. And dude, she won a title in her first year. Why? Because she doesn't lack confidence. She's a woman that was ready to go to the NBA and coach men. The only thing is, we're not ready to hire a woman yet. And that's why. But it's not because Becky Hammond didn't deserve to get hired in the NBA, actually, to be quite honest. Her resume is impeccable. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so I always laugh when people try to question these kind of athletes. And it's weird because you should know by now that these kind of people feed off of your negativity and your doubt.
Yeah, I think the only thing I think is very significant is about the confidence element of Tua, because I think he doesn't lack for confidence. I thought that Mike McDaniel's point about wanting his confidence to outweigh his perfectionism, I think was a really good point. It's not to say that he lacks confidence. It's just that this dude has such high standards for himself. Like you mentioned, He's been that guy in high school. He's been that guy in college. He's been that guy his whole life. And so he probably expects to be great and perfect on every throw. And sometimes it's like, man, dude, you're playing good ball. Let it hang a little bit. That I love that clip of him after he throws a touchdown pass to Waddle, where he's doing the ice on his veins symbol, because he once he calms himself down and does the press conference, he goes back into the professional mode, and he's like, hey, no, not a big deal. It was a we, not a me. But in that 3 seconds after he throws that pass, you get the true natural emotion, the confidence, the even somewhat cockiness, like, hey, yeah, I am that dude. What's the saying these days players have been saying is, I'm him, and that felt like Tua's I'm him moment, like, y'all better recognize. And he won't ever say it with his words, but I think the body language is something that is hard to quantify. Like, I remember talking with the Patriots, with actually Raekwon McMillan before the Patriot game, and we were talking about Tua, and he was like, yeah, you see it on tape. When he gets flowing, he just has a different look about him. And we have to try to stop his big plays early so he doesn't get that look about him. And so, the Ravens stopped Tua early, and he didn't have that look about him in the first half. Second half happened, he got that look back, and he's that dude, And so that, to me, is the element of Tua, where if you can consistently get that version of him where he's locked in and he's knowing he's got everything, then he's going to be hard to stop.
Well, we got a little taste of it in the podium when he said, I don't know if you saw it, that was money. So, we've gotten a little bit more of salty Tua and confident Tua this year in public than we ever have. And I thank the Lord every single day for Mike McDaniel, because
he's a
Mike
heck of a
McDaniel
coach,
is
heck of a play
himself.
caller, schemer. Yeah.
Watching the offense again is just so fun to watch, all the formations and everything. It's awesome. But having a coach that is himself allows himself to be that way with everybody, the media, everybody, and then he allows his players to be themselves, and then he also instills confidence in them at the same time. That's where that starts. And since he took over, it's allowed Tua to grow, and that's you no longer have that environment that you're kind of in a box and you have these limitations that somebody's putting on you. Mike McDaniel has freed up his players and allowed them to grow, and I thought that is really, really cool.
What open?
By the way, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that McDaniel is the perfect coach for Tua in that respect, and that, like, Tua is a guy who you need to be himself, right? Like, he is not what you quote unquote imagine always as your quarterback. He's not the big rah guy where he's yelling. He's not going to be the guy who looks physically like the 6'5", 230-pound quarterback. And the coach is the same way. He doesn't look like your quintessential coach. He doesn't yell like your quintessential, what you think of as a football coach, but they match because despite the looks of it, they can truly embrace being themselves together. And so I think that's a cool element of that duo. And you're hearing Mike say it, you're hearing Tua say it, that, hey, I just feel like myself. I can be that. I want to be honest. I want to show people this is who I am. And so the results of that. And it's only 2 games, so I don't want to, throw the championship parade yet, but I think that there's a lot of real positives that we're seeing out of Tua that we haven't seen, that I know has been inside of him, but we haven't consistently seen over his first couple of years.
By the way, just, again, I know it's stats, but, since they use it against people, we can use it for people also. It's interesting how Tua wins nearly double his games. He's 15-8 as a starter. If he wins this week, it'll be 2 for 1. Yet Justin Herbert is 16-18. He loses more than he wins. And in the first 2 years, he had better offensive talent, and I could question even a better play caller too, especially last year. And so he's had advantages talent-wise and everything, and yet he doesn't win more. And then that stat came out this week that he's got, 4 fourth quarter pick sixes, all in losses. And Tua only has 1, but it's in a win. The Jets got a pick six and tied the game, but he came back and won that game. And, obviously this week coming back from 21. So I'm just saying, what does it say to you and all the overreaction on the Herbert side when, this is what I tell people. Herbert is clearly the better physical talent. I'm not sure he's the better quarterback. And that's the difference. That's why I never believed in the guy last night that Tennessee went and signed, because I never thought he was the quarterback you needed to get you over that hump. And so what do you say to that when I say, no doubt he's the better talent by miles? I don't know if he's the better quarterback.
Well, I think I disagree with you there. I think that Justin Herbert, at least at this point in his career, has shown that he's a better quarterback than Tua. Now, for me, where I differ on some other people, I don't think that that's the final and the all end all be all. I think that they're still young in their career. There's plenty of time. But I think that Justin Herbert, when you watch him play football, he's been a top 5, top 7 quarterback throughout his career. Now, I will say, and this is where I frustrate some Justin Herbert people when I say this, he has won the same amount of playoff games as Tua. He's made the same amount of playoff attempts as Tua. And so I still am hesitant to put Herbert
and he's lost to Tua. And he lost to Tua. And he lost to Tua.
Right. So I'm hesitant to put Herbert on the Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes level. To me, you got the Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and then you have the older dudes. You got the Bradys and the Rodgers. To me, that's your top 4. And then everybody else.
I put Burrow there before I put Herbert by miles.
Oh, I agree. I don't have Burrow in the top tier either, but I do think that I got Burrow over Herbert because, like I said, Herbert's the physical talent, like you mentioned. But I think that Burrow has at least shown that he could take a team to the Super Bowl and that he's got some of the moxie in the late game situations that I need from my quarterback. And so that's sort of how I view it.
And he did what Tua did. He won a national title coming out of the SEC.
Right.
That's way more impressive than anything Herbert did. So the track record of winning is there, whereas Herbert never won against the Alabama. He never did what Deshaun Watson did, which I hate to have to brag about that guy, but coming out of Clemson, he was the best player in both of his games against Alabama. In the loss, in the win, he was the best player on the field. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that and then he goes to the NFL and he does a lot of the same things where I don't see that from Herbert. When games are on the line, he doesn't really come through actually. And last year he had the playoffs on the line and he lost to Houston with a pick 6. So that to me, that's why I don't believe he's the better quarterback, because if I go throughout the whole career, I go college and I go now, Tua still has won more games than him, beat him head to head, has a national title. Nothing about Herbert says winning. Everything says stats and talent. Nothing says winning. And that to me is the problem I have with him.
I got you. I hear you. I like I said, I'll disagree. I think that Herbert to me has been the better quarterback, but I do think that you have some really good points about the winning element in the late game situation. I still haven't seen that from Herbert yet, and to me that prevents him from being an elite guy. What I will say about Tua, I think that the conversation, the fact that the conversation's shifting from does he belong in the conversation with some of these other guys versus does he belong to be the Dolphins starting quarterback? I think is what Dolphins fans and the Dolphins franchise should want. We talked about this during the season. The biggest thing the Dolphins can answer this year is definitively if Tua is a starting quarterback. It doesn't matter if he ranks number 6, number 9, ahead of Burrow, ahead of Herbert. That to me is not significant in the grand scheme of, do you feel like Tua can lead you to where you need to go as a franchise? And if we get that version of Tua we saw in the second half against the Ravens, the answer is definitely yes. Now, we got another challenge this week. And you know, like they always say in the league, is a 24-hour rule. Like I'm going to talk on NFL Network today, and my first hits are going to be about all the great stuff that did and Sean did and the game. And then the second hit, okay, let's talk a little bit more. To do it. So you transition from the excellence to okay, now it's another week. Mm-hmm. What are we going to see this week? And so I'm pumped, man. I think I told you, but I'll be back here this week at home for the game Sunday. And you know, especially how last week went, I can't wait because you look at it, Josh Allen certainly has the advantage, but I think Tua showed that he could hang with elite quarterbacks, and you're going to need your team to step up in other areas. You're going to need them to be better on the defense side of the ball. You're going to need the trenches. You're going to need the O-line to play exactly how they
teams,
play.
bro.
Exactly. You're going to have no kickoff return touchdowns. You can't give away seven at the start of the game. And you got Von Miller on the other side this week. So, the offensive line is going to have to step up its game even more. And you're going to need some of those second half runs that you got from Mostert and Chase Edmonds throughout the game. So there's a little bit more balance. So, if the Dolphins play an A game and the Bills play a B or C game, I could see them winning this game. This Bills team is certainly better, but the Dolphins showed they can fight with the best of them. And I can't wait to see it. The humidity is a factor too. September, I was there week 1, 110 degrees on the field temperature we had at kickoff. We're gonna see how those guys on a short week. And so there are elements in this game that help the Dolphins. Now, I still favor the Bills, but would it shock me, given the circumstances, given if Tua plays the way he did in the second half and the defense plays better, would it shock me if the Dolphins win this game? No, it wouldn't. And I think that's the testament to what we saw from this team in the second half against the Ravens.
Yep. No, I'm with you there. Now, a couple months ago, people thought I was crazy when I said that they would beat the Patriots and the Ravens. Now maybe they're not so crazy. And I also said they would be 3-1 in their first 4 games. Now that's not so crazy because the Bungles have gone 0-2, and Miami can win that game against the Bungles. Well, now I'm thinking they got a shot this week. I didn't think they had a shot 2 months ago when I was talking about it. I gave the Bills their respect. They are the best team maybe in the NFL. Yeah. They are the Super Bowl contender by far. There's no doubt in my mind. They've been building this monster for 5 years, and they are loaded all over the place. Their front seven is nasty as hell. But I got to say, I'm not shocked here. I think the Dolphins will have a shot in this game now. Where I didn't think they would have a shot before, now I'm going in this game going, no, this isn't a given for the Bills. Short week, hot day, Miami, they come in with that offense, and McDaniel looks like they have a coach, like somebody that can scheme and design. He will find ways to give himself an advantage, and I think Tua's a money player anyway, so I actually like the Dolphins. They got a shot here in this game.
Yeah, I think the odds are I think they came out 5.5 or 6 points. They were 4. They were 4 going into the weekend, and the Bills beat the Titans 41-7, and just a nasty beatdown of a team that was a number 1 seed in the AFC.
That's your boy Tannehill, bro. That's your boy.
Trust me, they're a different team this year. I don't know if they make the playoffs. They look like a team in a transition, but still, this is a team that has a very good coach in Mike Vrabel, and they have a very good running back in Derrick Henry, and they're a tough team typically. They just dismantled them. They didn't even look like they belonged on the same field with them in the second half. And so
I talked about this before you came on. There are windows in football. Yeah. Seattle had their window, and it closed on them. They should have won that second title. Maybe they might have extended it a little bit because they might have kept some people there, but that really discombobulated it. A couple years back, the Jets had a great team, defense, offensive line, running game, but they had Mark Sanchez, and they got to the AFC Championship twice, and that was their window, and it closed. And this is what happens, except for, what happened with the Patriots and Brady taking less money and all that. That's an aberration. That'll never happen again. That's like the Spurs and those guys taking less money and staying together and all that. Those are things that rarely ever happen. But normally, you're only going to have a couple of years, and then you got to pay people. The Ravens, they had to pay people. They won their title, and it was over. And so, the Titans, for me, that's what just happened of Vrabel and everything. You had a great assistant coach that was one of the best play designers in the NFL leave.
Arthur Smith.
You had to trade A.J. Brown. Your offensive line has not been able to stay together anymore. It's not the same offensive line from a couple years ago.
Taylor Lewan got hurt last night too.
Well, he's always injured, unfortunately, but he's a terrific player. And I think, you had that window a couple of years ago. I just think you had the wrong quarterback to kind of get you over the top. And it's a shame. but that's kind of what happens around the league. And sometimes you're Seattle and sometimes you're the Ravens and you come out of it. But then there's times when you're the Jets and you're the Titans and that window comes and goes. You know what? I think the Cowboys window has come and gone also. I thought they've had talent the last couple of years that was pretty special, and it's kind of closing on them now because they had to pay people and all that kind of stuff. And it just, there's an imbalance that comes with all of this. And it's a window that comes and goes. Do you agree that the Titans window came and went?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest challenge to me in the NFL is the challenge to go to good to great. It's easy to go from, bad to solid, or from average to good, or even from great to good, like dropping off. But the good to great challenge is so hard. And I talked with Titans officials with that for so many years. They had made the playoffs for 5 straight years. And people didn't really realize it. They made the 1 seed last year. They got to the AFC Championship in Ryan Tannehill's first year. And so this was a team that was always on the cusp, but you never truly thought they were a favorite to win the championship, and they never got there. And I don't think they do with the current core. I think that, like you said, I think that window is closed. I think they're a team in transition. Whether it's 2020, started 2023, or whether it's by the end of this year, I think the transition to Malik Willis happens at some point. And then Malik Willis is your QB1, and you ride Derrick Henry until you have to transition to somebody else at running back as well. And so it's a fickle league, for you to be so good that long, but not have any championships to come out of it. It's a bad feeling to have, and so, but that's a sport. Only one team out of 32 wins every year. And that's why so many people focus on quarterbacks. My wife always asks me this: why do you guys always talk about the quarterback on TV? I'm like, well, the quarterback, there is a 21 other dudes who start, but the quarterback factors in so much because the quarterback gives you a chance every single year, no matter what the roster looks like. If there's Tom Brady on the field, they've got a chance, right? If there's Patrick Mahomes on the field, that Chiefs roster got worse this year. They lost Tyreek Hill. They got worse, but we still are not counting them out as a championship contender because they have Patrick Mahomes. And so that's why the quarterback is the great equalizer, because
Josh Allen, bro. Josh Allen has turned into a monster, dude.
Because it makes your window longer. Elite quarterback play makes your window longer. You can win with a great defense and average quarterback play, but your window is just so short. It's just so short.
Yeah, no doubt about that. The only thing I would say to them is, not that I care because I'm a Dolphins fan, but they run him too much, and he runs too much. That's the one thing I would say. Don't take shots, kid. Don't take shots, because that is not good for you in the long run when it's all said. I think like a guy like Ben Roethlisberger, I think I don't know. I can say some negative stuff, but anyway, I just think that all those hits he took are going to take a toll as his life goes on. It's not it's no matter how big and strong you are, this league, brother, I don't care if you're Cam or you're Ben Roethlisberger or you're Tebow, that hell, they punctured and broke his ribs and lungs and all that in his final game, in the end, and he was a thick ass dude. This league will break you down. Right. That's the only thing that excuse me. That's the only thing I see with Josh, that they better take care of him in that sense, because those concussions, you don't want that stuff to mount. That's what ended Steve Young's career.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Young's career ended. Did you know on a bad personnel decision? Did you know
that?
No,
I didn't. No.
So Lawrence Phillips, right, had a ton of trouble and got kicked out basically out of the league, and then trying to resurrect his career, he goes to NFL Europe and he plays for the Barcelona Dragons. And so that team actually had Michael Finneran, who went to Atlanta. It had a couple of players that actually ended up going to the NFL. And Phillips was already an NFL player, but he did have a good year that year, so people wanted to give him a chance. And the Niners had an often injured running back that was a good running back. I forgot his name now. I'm brain farting. He had an ankle injury. So they go and sign Phillips. Well, Phillips doesn't know his blocking. He misses a block, and that was the final concussion of Steve Young's career. Signing Lawrence Phillips forced the retirement of Steve Young, because
Right.
Steve was at a point where he could not take any more concussions.
Yeah.
Because he was running quarterback early in his career in BYU and a lot of in LA Express and then also in San Fran, and Walsh tried to, tell him, hey, you gotta learn to stop running and stay in the pocket and win from the pocket. And he started to do that his last couple years. But a bad decision and you lose your quarterback for the rest of his career. Think about that. How shitty that is, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's some screwed up stuff. All right. So what are you thinking about this week, my brother? Do they
I'm
have a
all
shot?
I'm all
You
on
picking
Dolphins, man. I'm not picking the Dolphins. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the Bills win this game. But I will say the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins got a shot. They got a shot, which is more than I thought they had coming into the season. And so
I agree.
I think they'll keep it close. I don't think Buffalo blows them out the way they blew Tennessee out. I do think that ultimately Josh Allen maybe a little bit too much. That we saw a little bit of cracks in that Dolphins defense early against Lamar. And so I wonder if the shootout 2 weeks in a row is going to be tough to win against a team that can shoot out better than probably any other team in the Buffalo Bills. And so if I'm picking, I'm probably picking the Bills by, maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's the Bills' time, man. There's, I hate to say it, but it's the Bills' time right now. They're arguably the best team in the league right now. They have done a marvelous job of building this team up in the last 5 years. Yeah, and that's another thing you got to send, the message to Dolphin fans. It doesn't happen overnight. Even if you have the right people in place, it's going to take you a couple of years to and so far it looks like the Bills have had the right coaches, the right people in place, the right front office people, because man, they find talent all throughout that draft. It's not just high picks. There are guys in the middle part, latter part of the draft. They have just done a marvelous job overall. It's been impressive. All right, what else are you working on the NFL Network so folks can check you out, my friend?
Yeah, I'll be on TV today, 1 to 3 p.m. Coming on first hit should be around 1:30. And so I'll be on with Baldy talking some Dolphins Bills, and again about 2:30, 2:45 doing the same. And so I'll be on TV today, and then probably again later this week, either Thursday or Friday, doing the same. And then I'll be Sunday at the game, giving you live pregame reports on this game and post-game coverage on whoever wins. So.
And he'll be on Sunday after the game with us here doing a little post-game report. So we'll get him here and we'll have some fun. Cam, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. We will catch up after the game this week. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you, man.
You got it. There you go. Cameron Wolfe, baby. Gotta love it. And KSDT CPAs. Hey, listen, obviously, it's about your taxes. So if you want to do your personal taxes, you want to do your business taxes, call them at 305-670-3370. Tell them that Big O sent you, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. But they do it all, forensic accounting and business valuation, from collateral audits, from divorce, fraud, loss of earning claims. They handle it all. Healthcare advisory, management advisory services to help you implement accounting software, year-end planning, anything that you've got to do, they can help you. Wealth management, family, insurance strategies, wealth distribution strategies. KSDT CPAs can help you in so many ways. They've also got a crypto department too. So for those of you crypto folks like myself, you got to have someone that knows the crypto laws. So that way you're protected and you can save yourself some money. KSDT CPAs, 305, baby, 670-3370. The Wolf Pack has been unleashed.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Thank you. And Devin Jordan, he says, Cam, does Hurts remind you of Randall Cunningham? I didn't get – see, that the problem with that question, Devin, I don't know if he can really answer that question because he's young. He didn't see that. He didn't see Randall. Like he had no idea that Steve Young lost his career to, Lawrence Phillips. So he's a younger guy. He would have to go off of film and history and all that. And Hurts does have the only reason why he doesn't remind me of Randall is the body. But I get the play. I know exactly what you're talking about. The style of play is very Randall-ish. But Randall was longer and lankier. That's why it just kind of he's a different looking playing quarterback, but the playing style. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Samuel, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you giving us some love on Cash App. And by the way, if I did not mention it, Tony Zagales, thank you, sir. He donated some Bitcoin yesterday, because you can even donate Bitcoin on our Cash App. So if you want to send us some Bitcoin, man, go ahead, send us some Bitcoin. That's fine with me. I got no problem with that. I appreciate it. However you want to make a donation, cash, Bitcoin, maybe, I don't know, maybe you can even send Ethereum too. Who knows? But Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show if you want to reach out to us there at the same time. All right, what else do we have? Randall Cunningham built like Josh Allen. No, Josh Allen's got a much thicker body than Randall was more lankier and longer. Josh Allen he's a freak, dude. He is a freak. Total freak. Yeah, Randall was built. He's like a skinny D end, something like that. I have it somewhere. I don't know where it's at, but I have a Randall Cunningham jersey. I went to Vegas once, decades ago, and I still have it. Okay, it's funny, and it's a net shirt, and it says Rebels on it and 12. And so it was such a cool shirt. And back in those days, if I remember correctly, that was during the Larry Johnson and Anderson Hunt era and all that Vegas was running, gunning in basketball. And Randall, for those of you that don't know, went to UNLV. So they still had Randall jerseys in the UNLV, whatever, campus, whatever. It's funny because my wife, who was then my girlfriend, so this is 35 years ago, she went with us to Vegas, and I remember she went with me to the university, and we went to that store, and I ended up getting a Randall Cunningham jersey. I don't know where it's at. I doubt I could find it like right away or anything like that. It's probably stashed somewhere. But I do actually have a Randall Cunningham UNLV net jersey. It's those practice jerseys. That's what it is. It's a practice jersey. So, yeah. Randall Cunningham had a cannon. Yes, he did. Yeah, he can throw it a mile, brother. A mile. Yes. Cunningham was like a young Jason Taylor. Exactly, Eric. That's exactly it, dude. That was Randall Cunningham. He was built exactly like Jason Taylor. To a T, built like Jason Taylor. Yeah. Hell of an athlete, man. Hell of an athlete. And that was it against the Redskins, was it, right? Or the Giants? It was an NFC East game. And they tried to tackle him behind the line of scrimmage, and he gets his balance, but he like lands a long way, and he holds himself up with his hands, and then he gets right back up again. And that was just one of the great plays of all time in football. That was a freakish play. He wasn't a great quarterback by any stretch, by the way. Let's not, because sometimes people, as they retire and it gets old, time passes, we make the myth grows when it really shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? But he was a very talented dude, that's for sure. I'm with you there. All right, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rheaume text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter, and that is at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, because that, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show. Let me go to the text line here and answer some of your texts. What the hell is going on here? I just had it this morning, and now it crapped out on me again. I don't get it. I was just looking at the text this morning, and now I don't know what's going on with this. There we go. Now it's back. Okay. Yesterday it did that to me too. Here we go. Justin Herbert and the Los Angeles Chargers have the most players on the NFL's top 100 list with 7, yet Herbert is 0-2 and didn't make the playoffs last year. It's a good thing the goalposts have been moved and winning is no longer a QB stat. Otherwise, and Cam is telling us that this upcoming week we will judge Tua again. Week to week, that's fine, but Herbert's poops his pants against the Chiefs and is still better than Tua in his evaluation. And my bad, Chargers are 1-1. Yes. Yeah, I don't understand that whole thing, how one guy wins more than the other, but the other guy's the better quarterback. Why? Because of stats? Well, of course, if you have better talent, you're going to have better stats. You're playing with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. Okay, now watch now. Watch now with Tyreek and Tua and Waddle. Let's see. Tua, Waddle, and Hill. What a thrill. We'll see now in stats. We're going to watch how the stats play out now that the talent now is a hell of a lot more even. Big O, great show. Been listening to you for years now. Love your feedback on the Dolphins, but I would like your feedback on who do you think is a better duo? Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Mark Duper, Mark Clayton. The Marks brothers are better by miles and miles and miles. They're accomplished. These guys haven't done anything. They just got together. They've got to do something. Remember what Tyreek did in Kansas City? I'm glad you brought this up. Let's talk about a subject that I was prepared for today. Okay? Because we're always prepared on this show. So, I am checking this stuff out, and I'm preparing for this show, and I'm reading a story about Russell Wilson. And I'm glad you brought that question up. Interesting, right? Because you go, like, a comparison. Why would Russell Wilson have anything to do with comparing the receivers? Slow the roll. Let me explain. So Russell Wilson has not had a good start with the Broncos so far, right? They were booed heavily in their last game, okay? First half in the Broncos game this past week, booed nasty all over the place. Red zone failures, all that kind of stuff. They were tied 6-6 at the half against the Texans. Broncos fans were pissed. Wilson was 6 of 19 for 83 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. That follows a week 1 performance where the Broncos only mustered 16 points against Seattle and completely blew the end of the game, right? And by the way, they did end up beating the Texans 16-9. But they did sign him to a big-ass contract. But here's the problem with Russell Wilson right now. If you're a Denver Bronco fan, you don't care what he did in Seattle. It doesn't matter to you. What you did in Seattle doesn't mean anything to me. I'm a Broncos fan. Screw that, Russell Wilson. You signed a contract here. What are you doing for us right now? And guess who went through that? Kyle Lowry. Last year, Kyle Lowry signs a 3-year, $90 million contract. Guess what, Kyle Lowry? I don't give a shit what you did in Toronto. You can kiss my ass with everything you did in Toronto. It means shit to me here. I'm a Heat fan. What are you doing for me except looking like me? So Kyle Lowry deserves to get ripped profusely all over the place, everywhere he's at. When he's out on the streets, you should rip his ass. Say, yo, lazy ass, get your butt in gear. They're giving you $90 million. The least you can do is show up in shape. I don't care what you did in Toronto. And Tyreek Hill, I don't care what you did in Kansas City, my man. I love what you're doing here now. So you can't go somewhere and make the money and get paid for past performances. You can do that and stay on your regular team. The Anaheim Angels did not get their money's worth when they signed Albert Pujols. But the idiots in Anaheim, all right, Moreno, right, is the guy's name, that moron, he paid Albert Pujols for what he did in St. Louis, not for what he was going to do for him. Dumbass. And so that's the quest. When you pay these kind of guys, make sure you're paying them where they can produce. Because Joe Fan sitting in the stands in Anaheim doesn't care what Pujols did in St. Louis. Dolphin fan doesn't care what Tyreek did in Kansas City. Heat fan doesn't care what Lowry did in Toronto. And Bronco fan doesn't give a shit what Russell Wilson did in Seattle. So, long answer to your question, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle have done nothing. Nothing. They have a couple of highlights. Again, I don't fall in love with just stats. That's why Justin Herbert isn't a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa. Tua Tagovailoa is the better quarterback, not the better physical talent, the better quarterback. That's why he wins more than Justin Herbert. That's why he wins bigger than Justin Herbert. So it's nice what Tyreek and Waddle, and when Waddle did this week, it's great. It's fantastic what Waddle did last year, but please don't even put him in the same sentence with Mark Clayton and Mark Duper. It's stupid. It's ignorant. It's insulting to two men that put in, 7, 8, 9 years together of amazing football, big games. They got to the playoffs. Now, these guys have got to get to the playoffs and do more in the playoffs than these guys. So before we even mention, okay, because all we're doing is insulting the hell out of Mark Clayton and Mark Duper, and that's the problem in this damn world. We want to anoint everybody so quickly, like you guys wanted to anoint Justin Herbert as great. First, accomplish something before you can actually do that. So Tyreek has accomplished a lot in Kansas City, which means absolutely nothing in an aqua and orange uniform. What are you going to do for us? Are you getting to the AFC Championship game? Are you winning a Super Bowl? That's what I need to see. Empty stats don't mean shit to me. I've seen Jeff George put up empty stats. Okay? Means nothing to me whatsoever. I've watched Michael Vick put up empty stats. Means nothing to me whatsoever. Win something significant. Then show me that you actually can get it done. Let's see. Big Rig says, hey, beautiful people, hit the like button, fins up. Hell yeah. Hells to the yeah. Hit it. I want to rock right now. Little Cutter's Edge. You see Cutter's Edge right here? You see Cutter's Edge right there? Yes, sir. I love it. Tree trimming, removals, landscape design. They do it all. Irrigation design. Call the great people there. Call Will. Call Mike. They will take care of you in a big time way. They know how to get it done over there, man. They have resurrected our home. Our backyard is heaven now. I just can't wait to finish the wall so I can have some privacy. I still can't enjoy the backyard the way I want to, really, because I have no privacy still. So I'm waiting for everything to get finalized already. But once we do, I cannot wait, man. But listen, from outdoor pest control to arbor groundsman and CDL license, they do it all. CE does when we talk about Cutter's Edge, which is CE. They do full landscape design, and they can work or design or create one for you also in the process. And they can work with your pool contractor, building contractor, and any architect. They do landscape, outdoor lighting, irrigation, hardscape, and artificial grass. I've got that for my dogs. The artificial grass is the best. If you've got dogs in your backyard, it is the cleanest way to do all the dirty stuff. Okay? They don't eat grass, which is great. They're not kicking up the grass and tearing it up, making more of a mess, and bringing dirt inside your home. That's the other thing about artificial turf. They're not bringing dirt inside your home anymore. And the way they install it at Cutter's Edge, they go down to the ground, brother, several inches in. They clear out everything, make sure no weeds or anything in there, and then they double pack that thing, and it drains beautifully. Because we've had, it's a great test because we've had several downpours in the last 2 weeks, which, by the way, has been a blessing for our plants, our new plants. And it drains quickly, too, on top of all of that. It is fantastic. If you have dogs, I will swear by this artificial turf. It is awesome. And remember, once you also, redo your house and you bring it up with new landscaping, you also will increase the value of your home, too. Okay, not only are you going to love pulling up to your house and seeing how beautiful it is, thanks to the people at Cutter's Edge, but at the same time, you're also increasing the value of your home. And with prices up, all you're going to do is take it to another level. Call Cutter's Edge Pro, 954-472-0622. That's cuttersedgepro.com, 954-472-0622. Go to the website, cuttersedgepro.com. All right. Let's get into a little Miami Hurricanes football. Let's talk to a man that, I don't know. I wonder if he's conservative because the coach he's covering might be a little conservative. Let's get into our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
There he is. And by the way, you get Manny twice today and tonight, because tonight at 7 o'clock is the debut of the State of Florida Gridiron Roundtable. Manny Navarro, Irish O'Fell from War Chant, and Kevin Brockway from GainesvilleSun.com. We've got a Gators, a Seminoles, and a Canes beat writer for one hardcore hour. And then my man Mike McCoy takes over. Our guy, Mike McCoy, because he's also a friend of mine. And he will do, of course, the Miami Hurricanes watch from 8 to 9 p.m. So for 2 hours, you get hardcore college football talk tonight. There you go. How you doing, man? You doing all right?
Doing good, man. Back home. Interested to see what's going to happen with this offense going forward with some shortage at receiver. And do they get it right? Do they get back on track?
Well, listen, talk to Ruiz, and I'm all for, we'll buy some masks, we'll go in the middle of the night, and we'll just go kidnap Aronde Gadsden's son.
Just bring him home.
over here, bro. That's all we got to do, and solve that issue right there. Overall, it was. I mean, there was a lot of things to like in the performance on the offensive side. They put up some numbers, put up some stats. I just, Manny, I just can't let it go on that 3rd and 6. I just can't let when I'm watching Mike McDaniel on Sundays. And on 4th and 7, he's going for it, and he'll go for things all the time. I mean, the guy's just aggressive, and I just feel that in today's football, you have to be aggressive, and I just don't feel that conservative play. I think it will stop you, and I get it. If your team is super dominant, then you can play that game, but when your offense is kind of shady and you don't know if you're going to get back into the red zone because they did a good job of moving the ball, I guess, between the 20s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I just that still is stuck in my craw, that 3rd and 6. Hell, I would have passed the ball on 4th and 4. I was not going to settle for a field goal. I was going to walk away from 7 because I know I'm losing this game if I keep settling for Sperano-like field goals.
Well, here would be my response to you. McDaniel has Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I don't know who Tyler Van Dyke has to work with in those situations. I think that's the biggest issue. And I think part of the reason the game was called that way is because they know there's limitations that they have in the passing game. Now, they still threw the ball 41 times. They still dropped back 41 times. And they did try to score. I mean, there were plays. There was a strategy to it. Josh Gaddis said, they're dropping 8 guys into coverage on some of these 3rd down situations. We got to be able to counter and run the ball up the gut. And there were some situations where, some guys slipped, blocks were missed. And so the opportunity, I think, was there to score a couple of times, obviously, with the running game, but it failed when it mattered in that tight little space. And so that's something they're going to have to figure out. I personally think what we learned on Saturday is that this team has a ceiling. And that ceiling is the fact that they don't have elite receivers. And what that means is they're not going to be able to beat elite teams because you can't win. You're not going to be able to beat really talented teams not being able to throw the football. Now, can you beat other teams in the ACC and win the division playing this style? Yes. And I think leaving that stadium, that's what I felt. I felt like, man, unless somebody really surprises us and comes out of nowhere in this receiver group, this is the way that they're going to have to play a lot of games, where it's going to be in the 4th quarter. You're going to need defense to make plays. You're going to need field goal teams to death when you can't score in the red zone. And hopefully, if they can stay consistent, run the ball the way that they did Saturday, where was it 175 yards, close to 5 yards a carry? That carries you past the majority of the teams in the ACC.
Yeah, I can't argue that. I mean, if this is going to be enough to get you through what you have in the ACC, okay, I get it. It's just what I don't want to see, and this is where, for me, this is like strike one.
Right.
I want to see where you're at again in those situations a couple more times, and do you choose to be conservative again and again? And then I'm going to know that this is the habitual thing, because I kind of feel that's what happened at Oregon at times, and I saw that with his offense, even with Justin Herbert. And we've talked about this before. The Herbert at Oregon and the Herbert with the Chargers is 2 different dudes. Now, then again, like I've mentioned before to you, maybe he knew he was a yellow belly, and that's why he didn't want to, air it out too much, because, some of the things that have happened with the Chargers already with all those 4th quarter picks. So I don't know. I have no idea, but it's I just think in this league you've got to have a little bit of an edge.
I think philosophically, I think not to cut you off, but I think philosophically, you think about when Mario was at Alabama with Saban. It was before they kind of opened the offense up with Tua and started flinging the ball all over the place. I think philosophically, this is just who he wants to be. He's an offensive line guy. He wants to run the ball, and he wants to play possession. That's his mantra. Now, is that always going to be the case? I mean, look, they scored 70 points against Bethune-Cookman in the opener. They were flinging the ball around. It wasn't like they weren't throwing it. I just think his first inclination is going to be to run the ball and not play a fast-paced. That's his style. And, he got the right coordinator for that, because that's what Josh Gaddis basically did at Michigan. They didn't play any hurry up. And so for people, what I found hysterical is people complaining, well, we got to play this hurry up style. Yeah, you did that in the red last year, and you went 7-5 last year. How great was that hurry up offense if you don't have the stars on the outside to consistently beat teams? If you don't have the players to light up other teams, why are you going to run an offense that gets off the field quickly?
Yeah, no, they can't play that here. Are you crazy? You need elite receivers for that kind of stuff. They don't have that right now. They don't even have one, actually.
Right.
Not even when Restrepo's in there do they have an elite receiver. He's just a tough SOB. That guy, you know what I'm saying? He's just an overachiever. And so what do they do at wide receiver? How do you I don't even know if you can say fix it or get it better or what? What do you do? Are there any options that they haven't tried yet?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's guys on this roster that you could always move over to receiver. I mean, obviously, we'll see how long Jacoby George is going to be out with the broken thumb. He was obviously one of the better standouts on Saturday when you did throw the ball and catch it.
Didn't he just get back from
he
2
just
weeks
came
suspension?
back from suspension. Yeah. I think you can move Malik Curtis, who's they were talking about him in camp, one of the fastest cornerbacks. He was an offensive. He played both sides of the ball in high school. Super fast. I've had a lot of people tell me he'd be an elite receiver here. Maybe that's something you try this week for depth purposes. You're doing fine in the secondary right now. You've got enough depth to move other guys around there. You could pluck him over. You could certainly move Jaleel Skinner, who's one of your tight ends, put him out a little bit wide, let him play the receiver position as well. He's big and tall and rangy. And then to me, a kid like Colby Young, who you got out of the JUCO system last year out of Lackawanna, he's a jump ball guy. We've yet to see him really be used around the end zone. 6'4", big body, big range. Those are kind of the immediate things I think you could do to supplement the losses and to maybe change things up. More of those jump balls around the end zone, because you're not going to create the separation you need. So what do you do in those situations? You run off play action and you throw a jump ball to the end zone to somebody who can go up and get it. So I think those are sort of the immediate sort of things you can do. But will it be successful? Oh, I don't know. I mean, in the end, they need guys to step up. I mean, we heard all about Romello Brinson. We heard all about Jacoby George. We heard all about Brashard Smith, the three amigos, right? The kids in the last class. This is your opportunity. This is your time now. I know George is hurt, but the other two guys, Brashard Smith had a chance to make a catch on fourth down and keep the chains moving, and he dropped it. So I don't think it's a lack of talent. I think it's a lack of confidence in what they can do, and can they hold on to the football. Frank Latson was an elite high school recruit, showed flashes at Clemson. Miami goes and gets him the transfer portal. What's he done since he's been here?
Nothing.
So sometimes, there's only so much coaching can do to get you there. It's on the kids at a certain point to deliver. And I don't think Miami's devoid of talent at that position. I just think right now they're having trouble getting Tyler Van Dyke on the same page with these guys. And it's a shame because they obviously spent all offseason throwing. It's not like they didn't put in the work. Sometimes you just have limitations.
Yeah, no, and there seems to be a lot of limitations right now. So are we expecting the running backs and the tight ends to become a bigger part of the passing game?
Yeah, I think they have to. They obviously did that some on Saturday with Will Mallory. You saw Elijah Arroyo. He had that 29-yard catch kind of out of the H-back role. That's primarily what he plays in. They went to him another time near the end zone, and the ball, the Texas A&M defensive back made a great play and knocked the ball down. So those guys obviously can catch the ball and be effective. I mentioned Jaleel Skinner. He's, a lot of great ball skills, the true freshman tight end. And then Jalen Knighton, I think he's got the better hands than Henry Parrish. I think you probably start designing more pass plays to him out of the backfield, get him involved on sort of quick, just get the ball in his hands in space, because that's really where he's special. You think back to that FSU game last year. He really showed what he could do in space. So I think that's some of the immediate changes. And again, this is why, I think, we always sort of overreact to stuff, right? Hey, this was 9 points. My God, look at how bad the offense is. They can't move. No, they did move the ball. I would be much more upset.
Oh, they got some
worried.
yards.
I'd be worried if the offense looked like Texas A&M's offense, which didn't move the ball and didn't have a quarterback who could really get the ball to the receivers. Tyler Van Dyke can do that. Those guys got to catch it. to catch it. They got to make the plays. That's that. I mean, you can't have 6 or 7 drops. You can't have 6 or 7 balls where the coaching staff feels should have been caught. That changes his entire night. He goes from throwing for whatever it was, 21 of 41 to 26 or 27 of 41 with 250 yards and probably a touchdown. And then now you're saying, man, are you asking for Jake Garcia then? You know, it's all
that's just silly. Come on,
it's all sort of relative, though. It's all sort of, you know.
Yeah, but we're getting back to the Tua argument from last year. Like when you have no help, you have no help, dude. You just can't do anything about it. You know what I'm saying? And the kid just doesn't have enough help right now. And that's why he doesn't look like he looked last year when he had 2 receivers that could catch balls at least and make plays. And I am looking at the stats. Mallory did have 6 catches, and Redding had 3 catches, and Smith had 3 catches. But they got some of the other guys involved. Arroyo had the 1 catch you're talking about, but Knighton had 1 catch. Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to get the running backs probably involved more in the passing game out in the flats. I mean, this week is not much of a test because it's Middle Tennessee State. They should be fine, but this is a good game to experiment, like what you were talking about. If you're going to move a DB or if you're going to try to start using running backs or tight ends more.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see Malik Curtis. He is a 9 threat. You know, you line him up, you let him run the 9 route all day, stretch the defense. He's that kind of guy. You throw some bubble screens at him and let him just eat guys up with his speed. I would love to see that this weekend. The problem is he's been playing cornerback up until this point. So do you switch it all up on him and just teach him 2 routes, you know, and just say, hey, these are the 2 things we want you to do, and very, very, very simple. Maybe that's the way that they handle it. But Skinner and you know, some of the other young guys that they have here, Isaiah Horton, the true freshman that they got, who I think has high potential. I think you certainly start developing them and working with them extra, or doing whatever you have to do to prepare them for coming and playing in a pinch, because if something were to happen this weekend to Keyshawn Smith or some of the guys that you do have out there, then you'd really be in trouble, because then you're relying on guys that don't know what they're doing. So to me, I think there has to be more of an emphasis in the weeks ahead here, including the bye week coming up, that you get those guys ready to play in the event that they have to.
All right, Manny, what could be the problems with Middle Tennessee State? Because I would figure that they should be able to handle them, but you might know something that we don't know about Middle Tennessee State.
Well, they run the air raid. They're a 4 wide set, don't really run the ball very often. And they're an older team. You know, they're one of these older group of 5 schools that have guys who've been playing football forever. So they're not going to come in here scared. You know, they've played other Power 5 teams, and their coach, Rick Stockstill, I think, has been there 16 years. So he's got a system in place. He's had success. Middle Tennessee's been to a bunch of bowl games and won conferences and all that kind of stuff. So I think, you know, you're not going to get just some run-of-the-mill group of 5 that doesn't have their crap together. They have their stuff together. They have their system. So I think, you know, what you're going to see is Miami secondary get tested a little bit, you know, with the air raid. Do those guys come out and play the way that they did last week against Texas A&M, where you were saying, man, that was a pretty good showing by the secondary? Because we go back to the first 2 games, right, and we can pick apart some moments where we said, man, that was some bad coverage down the field. They gave up some big plays. Middle Tennessee is going to get rid of the ball quickly. They've given up 7 sacks this year, but the reality is that their whole attack in the air raid is quick release, get the ball out to the receivers in space. So this is the week where, if you're Miami's defense, assignment football, the way that they've pretty much played so far, you know, they've had 3 games this year where they've had 10 missed tackles or less. 8 against Texas A&M, 5 against Southern Miss, 10 against Bethune-Cookman in the opener. Last year, the entire season, they only had 3 games where they had 10 missed tackles or less. Miami did. So they're certainly playing a lot better under Kevin Steele and in his system. They're not giving up as much chunk plays. They're not missing guys as often. So just do your assignment on defense, and I think they win this game comfortably, and you get a chance to have Tyler Van Dyke work on the chemistry with the receivers.
Let's hope so. All right, so what do you got going on this week in the athletics so folks can check you out?
Well, I just I did a whole breakdown on what happened with the red zone and the offense on Saturday, in terms of the receivers, and so if you want to read more into that, I've got a whole article on that. The True Freshman Report will be coming out soon. I'm working on that as well. ACC mailbag, another Kane story later in the week, and then the game on Saturday. So and I just put up a new podcast, the Wide Right Pod, from last night that was put up this morning. So there you go. That's available for The Athletic, as well as all the excellent coverage by everybody on our staff.
All right, and you'll see him tonight, 7 o'clock. State of Florida Gridiron Roundtable. Manny, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Good talking to you. Take care, buddy.
You got it. There you go. And don't forget Caneswear. They got anything and everything with the Canes logo. They got all kinds of shirts, hats, jerseys, you name it, all kinds of memorabilia, all kinds of different lights and everything. You want something for your bar, you need a pair of sandals. And they've got Miami Dolphins gear, Miami Heat gear, Florida Panthers gear, Miami Marlins, and Inter Miami. So they've got all the other teams locally here in South Florida. Go to Caneswear, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you. I promise you there at Canes_wear on Twitter.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right. True Fin fan, a little love on the super chat. He says, you missed Omar talking about Tua's greatness and acting like he always knew Tua was great. How quick people change. Look it up. Yeah, many of you sent it to me. I thought it was funny because I love Omar, but you know Omar, he plays both sides. And Omar will, never take an L, and he'll just, so, yeah. Every way possible, he talked about how Tua was. It's funny, leading up to the draft, obviously he was all over on the Tua thing. He was drooling at Tua's press conference and everything in the draft. And then all of a sudden, he changed his mind when he saw what happened here for the first year after the hip injury, and they drafted him. Like a lot of you flip-flopped. And you're going to flip-flop back now when he proves that he is the guy. And so you liked him at the beginning, then you got off the bandwagon, and then you got right back on again. And so, yeah, I saw it. A lot of you people sent it to me. Thank you. It was funny. And thank you for the love in the super chat, True Fin fan. Tiger Shark Tony says, Big O, I'm flying to see my Dolphins versus the Bills this week from Texas. Hope to meet you if possible. We have a good shot this week. Fins up forever. Keep up with us on Twitter at Big O Show, and I'll tell you if we're out somewhere that maybe you can go by and meet us. So, Eric says, Bills may have 20 players on their injury report today as they prepare to travel down to humid Miami in a short week. Well, I am not going to feel sorry for them. Orlando says, it's been proven that Tua had nothing. Best part, he still had a winning record. I know, but don't tell them the facts. The Assault. Thank you, sir, for the love in the super chat. He says, Josh Allen is Burt Jones and running caught up with him. Damn. Burt Jones. That's a flash from the past, brother. That's fantastic. Love it. What else do we have? Where is Bitcoin right now? What's been going on with the bit? 19.2. All right. I like it. And Ethereum's in the 1,300 range. All right. Not so bad. I did get a little flow when it went down to the 160s. That was good. What else? Very, very good points, Big O. Please remind some of our streamers to research first. It makes a lot of difference in understanding. Thank you, sir. And Hunter Butler says, so if you were right with Tua, does this mean you're right about Bitcoin? We'll find out in a couple of years, right? That doesn't happen overnight. I know I'm put it this way, I'm more convinced that I'm right about Bitcoin than almost anything else out there in the world. Okay? I'm like a 1,000% sure. You only go to 100, but I am so convinced about Bitcoin, it's not even funny. I'm convinced about crypto, period. Okay? Period. That's how we're going. And that's why, what I laugh about right now is all the FUD that's out there and all the stuff. And now, like Gary Densler's not saying, well, no, Ethereum's going to be under our control. No, it's not. It's just talking a lot of crap. And you know what's going on here? It's interesting. And everybody's got a hand in the pot. All these people in power, they are throwing so much FUD at you. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Do you know why? They want the soft hands to let go of everything. They've already got a lot of you that sold, and you're afraid. So they want to like shake out all the rest, and that way they scoop up everything at low prices. All these millionaires and billionaires, all these corporations, all of them. That's what they're doing. As we speak, Bitcoin and Ethereum are flying off the exchanges. Every day they have less and less. Yet the number is going down right now, but eventually there's going to be a hit that boom, it's going to rebound and it's going to skyrocket, and it'll never come back down to these numbers ever again. And they know it. Oh, they know it. They know it's the inevitable. You can't keep printing money. You can't keep raising rates. You can't keep doing all the things you're doing. And that's why the dollar loses 6 to 8% of its value every single year for I don't know how many years now. How many decades? Okay? And the DXY right now is super strong, but it's misleading because eventually it's going to go down. And eventually you're going to see it's not going to start here because our dollar's stronger. It's going to start where Argentina says Bitcoin's our dollar. Brazil's going to say Bitcoin's our dollar. And Colombia's going to say Bitcoin's our dollar. And that's what's going to happen. Country after country after country that has no hope for their currency is going to adopt it. And before you know it, millions and billions will be using it. And that's why the Americans that do invest in it will then end up benefiting from it. But they don't want you to know that. They want to scare the hell out of you because in the end, they cannot control it. They can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. Web3 is out there. They can't control Bitcoin. They're not going to be able to control Ethereum. They're not going to be able to control any of this when it's all said and done. Those are the facts. But again, they'll sell you a whole bunch of load of crap here to sell it to you to try to scare you. And that's exactly what they've been doing, and they've been very successful. They drove the price way down, and now they're scooping it all up. They're not stupid. They're abusive, they're manipulative, and they're evil. And they are the foundation of the stock market, and they're trying to do this now for the crypto market because they know what's coming. And they know banks are going to get toppled. And they know banks are going to be crumbling over the next 5 to 10 years. You're going to see banks disappear. Branches will disappear. You will not have a lot of bank branches around anymore. It's already happening. But watch what develops over the next couple of years. So I could not be more convinced about crypto and Bitcoin taking over and becoming the main source of revenue and currency all around the world. Okay. Let's see. Big O, don't you think that Marino telling Tua to pick a guy and let it fly also has something to do with Tua's success? Mike, you might want to listen to the show the last couple of days. We have addressed that. And there's actually a segment already that that Sean put together out of the post-game show, I believe it is, on Sunday. You may want to listen to that. But we talked about that. They can't control the internet and the electric grid, just saying they can do a lot if unchecked. They control the internet and the electric grid, just saying. The problem is they don't control the miners. They don't control the validators. And they won't be able to control the validators. So it doesn't matter. And by the way, they control the internet only to a certain extent. Not anymore. There are other ways around all that kind of stuff. So there are still ways of doing that. But I get what you're saying, but they're not going to be able to control it. You probably don't understand crypto, but it's not in somebody's office. So they will not be able to. They can tell you all they want, but that's the problem. If you really understand it, they're not going to be able to control it. It's impossible. And on top of all of that, they don't want to control it. They want to be a part of it. They eventually, like I told you, the U.S. will be smart. They will create their own coin, and then that will be the predominant. What's it called? That will be the predominant stable coin in the world, because the U.S. dollar is the predominant dollar in the world. The U.S. stable coin will become the number one digital currency. That's all they're trying to do. Okay, that I tell you they will end up being a part of, because that's really what they want to do, is manipulate the part of the stable coins. And they want to become the stable coin in the world. That's the key, because you become the stable coin. They use your stable coin to purchase all the crypto. So people will be buying your stable coin in New Zealand, in Florida, or anywhere else in the world. Doesn't matter. So to me, that's the end game, is stablecoin and becoming the force in the stablecoin. But it's up to them now to create it and then put it into circulation and get it going. And that will happen. But when it comes to Ethereum or Bitcoin or Illuvium or Cardano or what, they're not controlling any of that. They got no shot at controlling any of that. So, Big O, nice interview last night with Mike at Dolphins Talk. Thank you. You can go to dolphinstalk.com. We did an interview last night with Mike. Had a great time as always. Mike's a good dude. Known him for many, many years. Did anyone see Tua is top 3 in major categories but one? The one he is not top 6 is completion percentage. I think we're seeing that he's tops in a lot of categories now. It's funny how things change for some. Central bank digital currency. I don't know what they're going to call it, my brother. They really, the USDC coin that's out there, it's not really, they eventually will have one of their own. I'm pretty sure of that. I understand the internet. I used to work for AT&T. Lucent Technologies literally built ILM chips to power the internet. If they decide to turn off the internet, how does crypto work? Well, the problem is you can only turn it off in certain parts. You will still be able to access it in other ways. So you still, and nowadays, by the way, there's satellites now that they will not be able to, like a Tesla, you will not be able to, you're not going to shut that down. Their Starlink is all over the world. So those kind of things, everything is changing in that sense. You're right. To a certain degree, you're right. But you could easily, the beauty of crypto, let me explain. I'll explain it to you. Okay. The beauty of crypto is, all right, so the United States says, we're we're going to ban all crypto transactions. And I say, okay, great, no problem. I'll keep up with it. And then as it explodes, then whenever I want to cash in, I just fly out to a crypto-friendly country and take care of my business. You know what I mean? It's really simple. It's not that difficult. There'll be ways around it. Now, what you can't do is what happened in Ukraine, what happened in Russia, what happened in Canada. Remember when they just shut down the banks? They shut down the banks in China because there were shutdowns and people needed money, and they shut down the banks and you could not get it. Can't do that in crypto. So, okay, whatever, you shut it down now. Eventually, I'll get out of my country. I live in a free country, and I'll go to a crypto-friendly place and take care of business then. And that's it. There are ways around all of this nowadays. It's not going to, you own your own crypto. You have, remember what I told you guys all the time, get yourself a cold wallet. You own the keys, you own the crypto. Don't keep it on an exchange. Don't keep your money in the bank. You get what I'm saying? Because if you keep your money in the bank, they can control your money. That's what's going to happen with Web3. That's what's going to happen with the blockchain. You are going to be your own bank. You are going to have your own freedoms. That's what they're terrified of. And that's why Mob Rule and others like you, that if you are believing what they're saying is, that's why they want you to think like that. They want to scare you, dude. They want to make you think that there's no way out. They want to make you think like they're going to control it. They can't. They won't be able to. One way or another, you will control it. And they know this is the future. Okay? They know this is the future. But whatever. You guys can do whatever you want. Big O, have you ever seen Trans-Siberian Orchestra? I have never seen them, but I heard it's one hell of a show. Okay, I heard they're good. And what's that other one? Hammerstein or something like that? What's the name of that one also? I hear that's a pretty good show too. Never been to that one either. You mean Miami coin won't be this stable? No, Miami coin will not be this stable. The reason why Mike McDaniel is aggressive is because he has right players and a QB who can deliver. When you need the West Coast offensive system as a scoring machine, that's what y'all Dolphins have. It's you still have to be aggressive in your nature, and he has it in his nature. I don't think Mario has not shown me that he's aggressive. At Oregon, he was conservative, and today, yeah. Big O, no need to fly to another country. I have VPN too. Yeah. You can also use VPN. I have a VPN also. I always have a VPN. You always have to have your VPN on. That's I have it on my phone everywhere. I have my VPN on all the time. No bank has the cash on hand to cover its deposits. Yeah. If the internet gets shut down, crypto will be the least of our problems. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's why people get, they get to a stupid point and they bring up, oh, they shut down this, they shut down that. They shut down everything. Then nothing works. You know what I'm saying? But again, like some of you out there, mission accomplished. They got you scared. It's great. By the way, selfishly, can I say something? I'm glad some of you are really stupid. I'm glad some of you aren't buying. I'm glad a bunch of you are scared. I'm glad a bunch of you are selling. Because since you're not going to do your homework, well, then it doesn't matter. And since you lower the price for me, thank you. I appreciate it. That's all. Mission accomplished. You want to say stupid? Stay stupid, man. Let them keep you stupid. Let them keep you scaring you. Because that's what they like to do. They like to scare you. And you want to fall for it? You can go ahead and fall. Ramstein. That's it. Uber Beaner. I heard Ramstein is awesome. Also live. I heard both of those concerts, Trans-Siberian Orchestra and Ramstein or whatever. I heard both are excellent shows. Never been to either. Never been to either. Mob says, I'm not against crypto. I'm looking at the world as is, wondering how to protect myself and my savings. That's why I'm telling you, they've got you fooled. That's fine, Mob Rules. It's not that you're against it, but they've got you shitting in your pants, questioning all kinds of stuff, asking me stupid things like they'll shut down the internet. You know, by the way, Web 3 is coming, which is the new internet. You know, but that's why people, you know, they mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Every day they are accomplishing their mission of scaring you into something. And you guys fall for it all the damn time. All kinds of stuff they'll scare you about. Baltimore dropped 8.8 in coverage and still couldn't stop us. The U has no wide receivers, and I cannot believe it. It's freaking shocking. Well, it's also Manny Diaz. So, you know, Mike Barnes says, I'm doubling down with Bitcoin this week. At these prices, you know, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that loves crypto. But, you know, I don't have enough money to buy more Bitcoin. I wish I had more money to buy Bitcoin and prepare for the future. I wish. If I had it, boy, I'd load up, because I know what's going to happen down the line. They listen to Bill Maher. He loves it every time it goes down. He does? I don't know. I rarely listen to Bill Maher. I don't watch it. So I didn't even know he was a Bitcoin guy. I had no idea. Now, is he a Bitcoin guy, or is he laughing that Bitcoin went down, or what is? I'm not sure. Again, I think I've watched Bill Maher on YouTube a couple of times, like when I run it. Like, he has this show apparently that he does, like, he's like, I think he's smoking weed, right? Or drinking drinks or whatever. And it's like some sideshow. And actually, I like that, because he ends up having some guest on usually. And that's why I tune in and I see it on YouTube, and I'll catch an interview of somebody that I like. And you know, it's just like a free-flowing conversation, and it's pretty cool. I don't know the name of the show or whatever, but it looks like he's smoking weed. I don't know. Club Random. Yes, Club Random. That's it. Don't you dare have a concern that's scared. Yeah, that mission accomplished, my bro. Be scared, be concerned. It's exactly what they want, my brother. Let's see. Sabotage or was the Tampa-based 80s hair metal band that before Trans-Siberian Orchestra, the guitarist was killed in a car accident. Really great band. I have no idea about that, Victoria. Don't know anything about that. Are they on YouTube? Sabotage? I'll look it up. Fun fact, Trans-Siberian Orchestra is a reincarnation of a heavy metal. Oh, there you go. Also, Mike No-Go Zones follows Victoria with the nugget. Mike says, this is a generational opportunity to buy Bitcoin again at these prices. I'm stacking all the stats that I can, knowing that it's the future and will replace the entire financial system. What can you do? Club Random show is awesome. I do like, you know, when I run into it with some decent guests, I do watch it. I've watched it a couple times. I don't understand what makes crypto prices move other than speculation, since there are no earnings. What do you mean there are no earnings? Sure, there are earnings. Of course there are earnings. And hell, you can stake it and even get more earnings. Of course there are. For sure. I just saw something interesting. The Ravens sent 2 and dropped 8 several times in the game. Tua carved them up. What the hell were they thinking? You got a smart quarterback. And smart quarterbacks do those kind of things. Did you guys see the video of the right-handed Tua making the rounds? I find that hilarious, to be quite honest. It's since they drafted this kid, everybody wants to change him. They want a bigger quarterback, not him. They want a faster quarterback, not him. They want a right-handed quarterback, not a left-handed. You know how many people ask me, like, well, left-handed quarterbacks don't succeed much. And it's, well, there's not really a lot of them. It's just the way it is. But Ken Stabler was a hell of a left-handed quarterback. And, so was Steve Young. Boomer Esiason was a really good left-handed quarterback, by the way. So it's not like it's funny how people make it sound like left-handed quarterbacks are so odd that they can't win. And they can win, and they have won titles. And it's kind of been, people sent me that right-handed video a bunch, and it just does nothing for me. I don't really care about it. The kid's left-handed. This is who he is. Accept him for who he is. Support him for who he is. Stop trying to change him. He got here without your help. Okay? He kicked ass throughout his youth. He was all-world in high school. He was all-world in college. And he was a top 5 pick in the NFL, even with a busted hip. He doesn't need you to change him. He doesn't, and you don't need to change him in order to make yourself feel better about him. Because there's no other reason why you would be looking and getting a video and creating it into a right-handed quarterback and running the video like, what's the big deal? Do you do that with the left-handed quarterbacks? No. It's funny because I don't see them getting any left-handed quarterbacks and turning other left-handed quarterbacks right. No, only Tua. Are you getting right-handed quarterbacks? Are you showing me Aaron Rodgers as a lefty? Are you showing me what's it called? Mahomes as a lefty? No. It's funny, right? It's kind of strange. The things that happen with this kid, it's completely odd compared to everybody else. Just so weird. You can't accept what you have. You know what you feel like? You feel like that spoiled rich kid that gets everything, and then they hand him, he's 18, and then they hand him a brand new Porsche. And he says, could you have made it in red and not black? Dude, it's a Porsche. It's awesome. Just take it. That kind of stuff. But just funny how they don't do it with any other QB and no other left-hander, and they don't do it with any other right-hander. It's just funny. All right, let's get into some hijinks with the man, the myth, the legend that is Joe Shad, baby, in our hijinks sportsgrill.com Miami Dolphins report.
Dolphins fans, it's time to talk to the man with incredibly high standards. It's not easy to score an A or grade 10 out of 10 with this guy. In fact, he isn't impressed with Joey Chestnut's dominance, Usain Bolt's speed, or even Evan Ginkel's locks. Will the hijinks continue? Can the Miami Dolphins do the impossible by getting a passing grade with Joe Shad? It's time for the Hijinks Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report. This report is brought to you by Hijinks Sports Grill in Boca at 133 Southeast Meisner Boulevard. Enjoy happy hour 4 to 7 p.m. Reserve a VIP table online and receive 1 free sparkling wine. Follow them on Instagram at Hijinks Sports Grill. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Joe Shad.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. That is Joe Shad. How you feeling, baby? How you feeling? You feeling good?
What's up, Big O? Doing well. Kind of wish I was at that game at Baltimore. It would have been good to be there in person, but I did enjoy watching it from my couch. Very exciting, very encouraging, very thrilling. This is shaping up to be a very interesting season.
does it get to a point now where you actually think they have a shot this week? Because I had them. I mean, I know I'm a nutbag, and I had them 3-1 to start the season. Even before all of this started, I had them winning these last 2 weeks. So I was surprised the way they won this week, obviously, but I still thought that they would beat the Ravens, and they did. And I thought they would beat the Bengals, and looks like they may. And, they got a shot at beating the Bengals the way they've started the season so far. But now, after this performance, do they even have a shot against the Bills in Joe Shad's eyes?
Tough sledding. As we know, Buffalo has dominated the series in recent years. Very difficult to even think about how you're going to slow down Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. I thought that maybe the line would go down from 4.5 points after how well the Dolphins performed in their comeback last week. But after last night, the line actually went the other way. It went to 5.5. So, the one thing that gives the Dolphins a little hope is that Buffalo is really decimated by significant injury, especially in the secondary. So if Miami's offensive line can continue to show vast improvement, then perhaps they will give Tua a little bit of a chance to put up, 28 or more points, which is absolutely necessary when you're playing the Buffalo Bills. You're going to have to score more than 28 points.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. And by the way, Miami is also missing somebody significant from their secondary too. Just to kind of be fair there, while they're hurting too, that is the one area where Miami is hurting. And I'm with you. Yeah, they're going to have to score points. Should it give Dolphin fans a lift that maybe that fourth quarter now gives the Dolphins the kind of confidence that they need as an offense, that they could go out there and put more points and be a little bit more explosive? After all, they are the fourth highest scoring offense in the NFL right now.
Yeah, it changes everything. It changes everything about how we view the Dolphins offense, which has been so poor for so many years. It should change the way we.
Oh, we lost you. Did you notice that? I think he was about to say should change the way we look at Tua, and the phone crapped out on him. Look at that. Are you back?
Yeah, what I was saying was it should change the way we view Tua Tagovailoa in the way he led a comeback and the way he completed numerous deep passes. Yes, it's true the Ravens had a busted coverage on one of them. But hey, he got it out there. He threw the ball.
So did Miami.
So
did Miami with Lamar. So big deal. That happens too.
Tua, I'm saying Tua showed that he can throw the ball deep enough. And, we saw it oftentimes in practice. We talked this offseason about how Tua was healthier and more confident and physically stronger and could throw a better deep pass. And it was really nice to see it, happen on Sunday. The whole thing with Tua is, hey, show us. And there is no doubt in the fourth quarter, he showed us all.
Oh, yeah. There is one guy that had no doubt. I'm just saying, there's just one guy that never had a doubt in him.
Colin Cowherd?
Colin Cowherd. Is that guy too? Is he? I don't watch Cowherd. Is he a Tua hater or a Tua believer?
Well,
I know Eisen's a believer. That one I know.
Colin started off as saying that Tua was the it factor and everything, and then he said, well, now he's too small and he doesn't have a big enough arm and he does not special at anything. And then before the season, he said he's going to have a very good year. I've changed my mind after seeing the deep pass that was leaked on social media. And then after Sunday's game, he went back the other way and said, you know what, you guys are all overreacting. Tua did nothing special. He's still not great. He's still not as good as the other quarterbacks. So, now
you know why I don't listen to that idiot.
Sometimes he makes some really interesting points and some interesting analogies. It's got to be a tough spot, though, when you are in his chair or Skip Bayless's chair, you have, I guess, a responsibility to dramatically overreact and to throw out wildly strong theories that are just way over the top. I mean, that's sort of part of their job, I guess, right?
I've just never been the guy that stirs it up just to stir it up. I'm gonna stir it. I'm gonna stir it up because I believe in it. That's why. Well, no, you look at it that way, but in the middle of a winning streak, and I'm telling you Flores is going to get fired, you think I'm stirring it up, but I'm not stirring it up. And 3-4 years ago when I write for The Athletic and on Sirius and on QAM, and I say go fire Gase and Tannenbaum and hire Greer. That's not popular to say because Greer's not popular, and they did it. And it's not popular to say fire a Flo in the middle of a winning streak, but it's what I believe, okay? Or maybe sometimes what I know also. But, overall, it's when I say something, I say it with conviction. And yeah, dude, I'm the guy that said I'm in the middle of all these controversies. You sign Sue, and I say it's a terrible deal. So now I'm in the crosshairs of Dolphin fans because I say Sue. I was in the crosshairs for Ryan Tannehill for many, 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 many years until many, many, many years. Some of you all caught up to me when I finally told you from the get-go, he's not a real quarterback. He's a game manager at best. He'll never be the guy that decides games. And it took people 10 years to figure that out. So yeah, dude, I'm in the middle of freaking controversies, but I'm in the middle of the controversies because I believe my belief in it. Just like I've always believed Tua was a player. Always. Okay.
Well, he needed to get healthy. He needed better
coaching and talent.
And coaching
and talent, bro.
Yeah,
I watched Steve Young in Tampa, and then I watched Steve Young in San Francisco. I know what it's like when great players don't have support. I've watched Archie Manning take a pounding. I watched Steve Bartkowski not have help in Atlanta. I've watched great quarterbacks have no help and die on the vine. And I've watched great quarterbacks have help and have all the success in the world. And we had a guy in Marino here that they never gave him a defense. They never gave him a running game. And quite honestly, they never gave him the right side of the line either. Let's just call it like we see it. Shula failed in many areas around Marino, and that's Marino. And he was never able to win it all. And it's not Marino's fault. It's just everyone needs help, including Tua. That's why I'm having a blast. Last night, Josh Allen throws a ball to a guy that's 7 yards away, and it lands 5 yards away. And if it's Tua, the entire internet explodes. But it's him. Nobody says anything. I'm watching Mahomes and Herbert on Thursday night. One underthrown pass after another. Almost interceptions. But then they treat Tua completely different when he does exactly the same thing.
Well, let me ask you this. You're big on this thing that – hold on. You're big on this thing that Tua is treated differently and treated unfairly. So I want to ask your opinion. No, but I want to ask your opinion.
Right.
Why do you think that is? Why?
Oh, I already know. I've talked about this already.
Why?
We hate perfect people. We can't stand them. We are dying to tear Tebow down.
Tebow wasn't hated. Tebow was beloved.
Oh my
Tebow
God.
was beloved.
He and polarizing at the same time. People couldn't stand his ass.
Because of his skill. I think
no.
I think Tebow was immensely popular in the same way Tua is.
And so is Russell Wilson. But these three dudes, we do everything we can to tear them down because they are perfect. They handle everything the right way. They are corny. They are, none of them are really like the kind of people that you're used to in sports. They're not braggadocious. They don't have some kind of nasty edge to them. They're not in trouble. They say all the polite things. It's the weirdest thing in our society, dude. Russell Wilson does nothing except the right things in life, and all we do is make fun of what he wears or a promo that he does or that this is corny or what. We cut him up left and right. We do the same shit to Tebow, and we do the same shit to Tua Tagovailoa.
It's an interesting point. I think I think there's some validity to it. You know, like I don't like Derek Jeter. He annoys me. Like I don't like him. And a lot of people like Derek Jeter. He's very popular, but there are some people who find him sort of annoying. You know,
right? I get it.
But I do also. Right.
And he does everything the right way. And he does everything the right way. And he's kind of boring,
including
and all
the gift
that.
baskets. So the thing is,
it's weird. It's a weird dynamic.
I understand your point, but I do also think that there was a group of people, fans, coaches, scouts, executives, who thought that Tebow didn't deserve the hype.
Right.
And I think similarly, and here's the thing, it's not just fans, it's coaches, scouts, executives, and other players who have looked at Tua's play and said it doesn't, up until this season, doesn't warrant or merit the hype. And I think that's fair. I think that, would you say that that's fair? That Tua's play in his first 2 seasons did not live up to the hype?
I think the problem is they're not taking everything to account. And then some people still have they're size queens. And they're still locked into, well, the quarterback has to be shaped like this. He has to be 6'3", 6'5", and he has to be able to have a rocket arm, or he has to be an incredible athlete and all that. And they've painted themselves into that picture. And I'll give you a great example. Have you watched Sean Payton in the last 72 hours? Have you watched him at all?
I mean, he reversed course and said he was wrong.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
But
we're talking about a Super Bowl winning coach, a guy that we call an offensive guru. Okay? Do you think that effing moron, because that's what he is?
Sean Payton can't possibly be a moron.
He's a moron because all he did was play politics. Listen, 3 days ago, he goes, well, no, I think Teddy Bridgewater is going to play. Do you know how fucking stupid that sounds? Do you know how fucking insulting that is to anybody that knows football? Teddy Bridgewater couldn't hold the jock to Tua.
Well, I think it was more a lack of belief in Tua.
Yeah, but don't sell me this Bridgewater shit because you signed him and because he was on your team and you coached him. Oh, no, I coached Teddy, this, that. Teddy has never had a dynamic offense in his life because he has nothing dynamic in him. He's just a guy. He's always been just a guy. And to compare him to a guy that won a national title coming off the bench and a guy that's got a winning record with shit talent around him in the first 2 years is insulting. And then he changes his mind 3 days later because he realizes that he played politics instead of actually talking football. And that's where I lost all respect for Sean Payton.
It's
a guy that was also
playing.
He's also playing for this freaking job too at the same time.
Listen, it's tough to make.
Remember what Jimmy did to Shula? You remember what Jimmy did to Shula?
Well, he's going to be the Cowboys coach, but it's tough to make sweeping conclusions about a quarterback's entire future based on the first game of this season. And it's a little bit, too far to make sweeping grand conclusions about Tua Tagovailoa's entire career based on, the second game of the season. So
but it's all right.
So
but it's all right to label him after he's coming off a hip injury 9 months later to start on a terrible team. It's all right to label him a bust, noodle arm, can't play, he's lazy, plays too much golf. Come on, dude.
Listen,
see, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
No, hold on.
So we can't praise him. We can't praise him, but we can slam him.
Right. So you use the word lazy.
I didn't.
No, you just did. So I'm pretty sure that even Mike McDaniel, who we love, adore, cherish, big fan, great guy, great coach, tactician, genius, lifts everyone up, makes everyone feel good. Even I think Mike said that Tua is putting in more time, preparing differently this year than what he had heard about Tua in the past. So maybe there's a little granular of truth here or there, which, that's okay, right? It's okay if maybe he's preparing a little better.
I think he's preparing probably better and different because he actually has real coaches that know how to prepare him. He was working with the Three Stooges last year. So and he wasn't wanted. That's the other thing. The guy didn't want him around. Hell, the Baltimore week, which a year later, okay, he told them, dude, you're not playing this week. That's why he went to go play golf. You're not playing this week. So that's it. He was done. You know, this is a guy that wasn't wanted. So it's different when you're not wanted around by your head coach. You're not going to have the same access. You're not going to feel the same way. You're not going to want to do things the same way because you're not wanted.
I'm trying to remember what was the golf. I agree with you, but the golf thing became a big deal. What did he have, a hand injury?
Yeah, and he still could play.
So I know.
So if he can play golf, he can't play for you? That's stupid.
But listen, let's be honest here. If a starting quarterback in the NFL has a hand injury in season, if he had to do it over again, Tua probably would have skipped that particular round.
Why?
Right? Well, because you have a hand injury and you're in season.
They told him you're not wanted.
You got to. Optics are important. You got when you're the quarterback in the NFL, you got to be aware of optics.
No. The optics are you're dealing with an asshole that doesn't want you around, dude. And what are you gonna do? I mean, it's just you're asking him to force an issue that the guy doesn't want you around. He told you he didn't want you. Okay, that's the kind of relationship that was going. And what was the MO out there? He didn't want to be a captain. No, dude. Now you learned, right? Everybody had to politic to be a captain. That's the stupidest thing in the world to help make people. And he's not going to go. X is not going to politic to be a captain, and neither is Tua. That's not the kind of dudes they are.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now, but in my opinion.
But you asked.
Tua, hold on. Tua should. No, you brought up the captaincy.
You asked the unfair treatment. You asked about the unfair treatment.
I understand. It's a good conversation. In my perspective, in my opinion, Tua should have, it's uncomfortable and, you didn't want to do it. He probably should have gone up there and said, listen, I would love to be a captain. I consider myself a leader of this football team, and it would be an honor to be your captain, and sit down. If he had done that, he probably, would have gotten the captain votes. So, I kind of think that, in retrospect, maybe
a guy the head coach doesn't want to start wants to be captain.
Well,
and players are going to vote for a guy that the head coach doesn't want to start to be captain. Come on.
So you think if he stood in front of the room and said, "I'd love to be your captain," you still don't think he would have gotten the votes?
Yeah, I don't.
Wow.
Yeah, he manipulated everything. How people got voted captain and all that. He in the middle of practice, he probably said, "Yeah, you see what McCourty's doing? Yeah, you got to do things that he does." And then everybody looks at it and says, "Oh, the coach likes him, and coach likes him, and we'll vote for what the coach likes." They're all sheep. You know that. They're all sheep. They repeat what the coach says. Hey, tell the media this, this, and this, and they all repeat it.
Well, that's a little bit different now. Thank God. It's a little bit different. These guys,
different now.
Are able to say what they think. They're able to say what they feel. They're not being, have all the stuff drilled into their brain about, it's great. It's, and I haven't been around, unfortunately, due to my little eye injury, but it is a different vibe, man. It's a great vibe. It's so much fun. Football in Florida is fun again. The Dolphins offense is fun. The Dolphins team is fun and exciting. They're nationally
you're covering
relevant.
a human being.
Yeah.
You're covering a human being. That's why. You weren't covering a human being last year.
And Phil Simms, I don't know if you saw this, Chris Simms' dad said on the CBS pregame show, I believe it was CBS, yeah. He said, well, we'll see if Mike McDaniel's way works, after they played some clips of Mike making some, funny quips in his press conference. And of course, the assertion is, if you're not Bill Parcells, you don't have a chance to win. And obviously we disagree with that.
Yeah, no, that's plain stupid. There, did you watch Joe Madden? He won it, and he's as quirky and does all kinds of things as a manager, and he ends up winning. There's no right way, dude. That's so stupid. I'm Phil Simms. I watched Dick Vermeil cry to a title. I watched Jimmy Johnson and John Madden act like maniacs on a thing. I watched Tony Dungy, who's a cigar store mannequin, So is Tom Flores, by the way. Neither one of those guys had any emotion on the sidelines. They barely talked. They did nothing except win.
You know,
Okay? Tom Flores has 2 Super Bowls, and Tony Dungy has 1. 3 Super Bowls, 2 guys that didn't say a goddamn word on the sidelines.
You know, our Hal Habib wrote an interesting column on the Palm Beach Post. It's on the website. You can check it out. And I also did something about 10 things I think on, based following Sunday's victory. But he wrote, listen, you can say this or that or the other thing about Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, but let's give him some credit for hiring Mike McDaniel. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Sure. I have no problem that he was, well, what I think is he gave Chris Greer the opportunity to then bring in a guy like Mike McDaniel, and then that he gave what I give him more,
it was a long shot.
What I give him credit is that he hired
who
Chris
no one else
and
was
stuck
interviewing.
him.
Yeah, no one else was interviewing him. He was a young, upstart, hotshot, genius guy, wonder kid and all that sort of stuff. What do they say that wonderkind? Yeah. And Ross has hired people like that in his businesses. So yeah, I thought that was an interesting thought.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there overall. There's no doubt. I give him credit for that, and the other stuff, obviously, we can take for a grain of salt. All right, so just out of curiosity, people talk that it's going to be hard to have a high-powered offense with 2 weeks in. You're 4th in the league with 62 points. Then the other thing that I found interesting, stat came out here, QBs drafted in 2020. And Tua has a 652 winning percentage. Jalen Hurts has a 500. Herbert has a 471 winning percentage, and Burrow a 446. Interesting that Tua overall and throughout his career has had less offensive talent than Herbert and Burrow too, by the way. And yet he has a better winning percentage. I can also argue he probably had those guys had better coaches last year too, and offensive coaches.
Well, the Bengals were terrible. And, like in Burrow's first year, the Bengals were terrible. But, the whole thing
I'm not really using Burrow so much. The
whole thing about whether quarterback win percentage is really a team stat is an interesting discussion. I think I understand both sides of the debate. I think it's a relevant statistic, but we obviously can't put too much into it because there's so many factors that go towards whether or not a team wins or loses. For example, Tua 0-3 against the Bills. Now, one of those games he didn't play, I think he got knocked out, right? But 0-3, 1 touchdown, 4 picks. So, that doesn't mean he's a terrible quarterback just because he's 0-3 against the Bills. You know what I mean? So, let's see how he does against the Bills.
Well, he's played them with terrible talent. This is the first time he's actually going to face the Bills with the kind of ammunition you need to beat the Bills. That's what you cannot argue, that the prior times he never had a chance because he never had the weapons or the coaching to overcome that. Now he has the coaching and he has the weapons, and you're not supposed to win this week, but at least this is the week where he finally has a shot. And that's what's realistic. The other times, come on, dude.
And it's got to be competitive. It's got to be competitive. Don't get blown out.
Jesse Davis is your right tackle, bro. You're not going anywhere with that. I'm sorry.
Well, he shouldn't have been a tackle. Nice guy.
Great guy. Great guy.
Lover of dogs.
Great guy. Great guy. So is Ryan Tannehill. Fantastic young man. Don't want him anywhere near my quarterback position. Fantastic young man.
It's funny. Listen, statistics lie. I did think it was interesting that entering last night's game, Tua Tagovailoa and Ryan Tannehill have identical career passer ratings of 91.8, which ranked tied for 15th among current NFL quarterbacks. Now, obviously, Tannehill is an average NFL quarterback whose career is on the descent. We are hoping that Tua's career is, in fact, on the ascent.
Yes. And I would say that Tua probably, even with terrible talent the first 2 years, probably has a better winning percentage overall too, because he's done a pretty good job considering what he has overall. All right, Are you doing the tape Don't Lie stuff this week?
Not yet. I will
Okay.
eventually get back to it. It's a little bit tough with the vision to sit there and study the all 22. I will. I'm starting to get back slowly but surely, and appreciate you hanging with me off camera for now. I will get back on camera at some point. Look forward to that very much.
Yeah, we got to get you back on camera because maybe I can take myself off camera so that way I don't torture people with my face as much as I normally do. So we've got to, we've definitely got to get you back on. So at least there's somebody half decent looking here on the show because I
need one
kill
of my
people
friends. I need one of my friends to drive me over to Hijinks Sports Bar and Grill in Boca. I can't drive right now, so maybe an Adam Beasley if you're listening, a Safed Dean, a David Furonis, somebody come pick me up and bring me to lunch over at Hijinks Sports Bar and Grill. I need a break.
Safed looks like a selfless person. Beasley looks like he's completely selfish. I don't think you're going to get any help from Beasley whatsoever. But Safed looks like a cool guy, and he looks like a fellow that would help a fellow brother out. So I have hope for you that Safed will do it. Adam, I have zero. Adam, I don't even think we'll be able to find your home. So that's the problem too. I think he'll probably get lost on his way over there, even with a GPS. So it'll be tough for Adam. I can tell you that. All right, what are you working on in the Palm Beach Post? What are you and Hal Habib working on in the Palm Beach Post?
Yeah, I want you to look up. I want you to look up all the very, very nice things, in all sincerity, that I have to say about Tua Tagovailoa. Look that up.
I posted it. Time.
Listen. I try to tell you what I believe and what I see, and what I saw was really, really great. So look it up, and I might dive into the whole Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle versus Mark Duper and Mark Clayton. I know it's a little early, but
way too early. That's some ridiculous stuff.
No. The point is, these guys statistically have already done something Duper and Clayton never did.
I get that, but it's a different game, and it's just not fair, and all that kind of stuff.
They're faster, right? They are faster.
I would say both of them combined are faster. Mark Clayton is the most athletic one of them all. Okay, that's not even up for debate. Okay,
well, I think it's great that we can talk about how the Dolphins again have one of the best receiving tandems in the NFL.
Mark Clayton in the air, he had incredible body control. That guy could, I don't know if you know this, but he could squat like 500 pounds. Wow. Mark Clayton was a freakish athlete, dude. Freakish. When he was playing, I'll tell you this, okay? He was second only to Jerry Rice at that time. And that people don't give him enough credit for that. Rice is the greatest I've ever seen. He is the best. I'll say it hands down. But during that stretch, Mark Clayton was the second best receiver in the NFL. He was awesome, dude.
The deep ball was so much fun. The Dolphins since my return to the beat, Dolphins had Kenny Stills, but he didn't have great hands. My first game back on 16, he dropped it at Seattle. Yeah. That was my first game back.
That's Kenny Stills. That's Kenny Stills. Like, yeah, he had all the off the field stuff with Flo and all that, and the Jay-Z rap stuff and all that. But he's that will be
drop.
His signature play is Seattle and the drop, dude. That's his signature play for Dolphin fans forever. But you're right. You have not covered anything like what they had back with those two guys, and these guys they're in the speed category. They beat them. The athleticism part, that's where I got to give Clayton the edge. I'll tell you this. I don't know if Duper will admit it or if anybody that played with him. I'll tell you that Tyreek and Waddle, I think, are overall better receivers than Duper. But Clayton was the monster of all monsters. I'm telling you. It's Paul Warfield and then Clayton is the way I look at it. That's how special these guys were. So
I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
And by the way, go while you're doing that story, go look up something of the Superstars, Challenge of the Superstars, or whatever on ABC, and go look for Mark Clayton doing that the squatting and all that. You'll see some freakish stuff that he would do off of the football field. All right.
Before the season, Duper told me that
Battle of the Superstars. That's what it's called.
Yeah, Duper
Okay.
told me that Tyreek Hill reminds him of him. So there you go.
Yeah. I'm with you there. All right, doggy. I appreciate you.
All right, man. Take care.
You got it. That is, of course, our hijinksportsgrill.com Miami Dolphins report. And, of course, you got it there, man. Happy hour, 4 to 7 p.m. You can reserve a table. And if you call and reserve a table, they will give you a free glass of champagne, baby. hijinksportsgrill.com.
This has been the Hijinks Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. This report is brought to you by Hijinks Sports Grill in Boca at 133 Southeast Meisner Boulevard. Enjoy happy hour from 4 to 7 p.m. Reserve a VIP table online and receive 1 free sparkling wine. Follow them on Instagram at Hijinks Sports Grill.
Right. By the way, oh man, I lost out on it. There were a bunch of super chats that came in, and I'm sorry. I know one just came in. True Fin fan. He says, "Who was better, Duper or Clayton? Explain, please." Really quick. Duper was a speed guy, terrific route runner, excellent hands overall. Clayton had the speed to get behind people, but had the athleticism to jump over people. And he, Chris Chambers was not a tall receiver. People don't realize that. You look at Chambers, and he was thick, strong guy, physical up in the air, and that was the thing. Chambers played bigger than even his size, actually, his natural size, because he looks like he was a 6'3", 6'4" receiver when he was, I want to say 6 foot, maybe 6'1", and he played much bigger than that. Maybe he was 5'11" and something. I don't know, but he wasn't really as tall as you think he would be. Well, Clayton, the same thing. Clayton was, I don't know, 5'10", 5'11", or whatever it was, but he could jump. He can dunk. He can jump through the roof. Like I told you, the guy squatting 500 pounds. He was physical, strong, body control in the air was nasty. He didn't have the athleticism in the air that Duper had. He was a complete receiver. Complete. He can blow past you. He could catch the underneath stuff. He had hands like vice grips. He'll out-jump you. Mark Clayton was, dude, special and a half. Sean, I don't know if we're going to get tagged for this. What do you think? Do we get tagged for this when somebody else did a whole wheel on it? What do you think? Yeah, well, you'll just take it out, right? Is that what will happen? So somebody did a mashup, okay? Let's see how it looks on the screen there. Okay, good. It looks good. Somebody did a mashup of Tua hate. All right? Now, I want you to watch this mashup of Tua hate because there's one person in there that doesn't hate.
Like he's hating a little bit on Tua.
They're not rolling Tua out. They're not putting it in Tua's hands. You're not going to win shootouts. You're not going to win trailing 14-0.
So the question will come down to Tua Tagovailoa. Now we got to look at him, and we saw that, you know what, in a short yardage situation, that's really all he could do.
And they're not doing it because they're going, wait, we want to throw it here. They're doing it because we can't trust him to get enough on the ball and make the right ball throw out there. He doesn't have enough arm.
Don't have his role equate to the role of, I don't know, Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert.
They're not calling it because I'm not sure he could throw for 40 yards.
Are you concerned about Tua's arm strength?
Zero.
Okay.
Zero.
Number 3, are you? Okay.
He's supposed
Tua's being small, not being athletic, and able to move out of the pocket and create, time and play. That's not his game.
He's not a guy that can move this offense downfield. He's turned into sort of a dink and dunk kind of quarterback.
A couple of months ago, Tua is more accurate than Patrick Mahomes.
I'm out the door now. Tua's a weirdo. His teammates look at him as a weirdo.
He's going to use his nimbleness, his craftiness, his savvy.
you are all in on Tua. You are Tua non.
They're probably going to be the third best team, in my opinion, in the division because of the quarterback.
I mean, he's kind of a dink and dunk quarterback. He doesn't throw the football down the field. He really can't stay healthy. So
the team that will be first to make a change at quarterback will be blank.
I think it's going to be the Miami Dolphins, Coach.
Tua or Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones, a bigger player.
Some point we'll see Tua in Miami. I think at some point, and they played well yesterday with Tua, but Teddy Bridgewater, I've had before.
Tua showed y'all yesterday. Y'all don't even think he's a franchise quarterback. He threw for 469 yards. That dude right there, he had 170 yards, 71 yards. And Tyreek Hill, he had 190 yards. I mean, they beat you with a cheetah as they ran by you. And then after they ran by you, waddle right on in the end zone.
So, there it is. Oh, you got to love it. Like a Perdomo cigar, you got to love it. Can't throw deep. Can't win shootouts. But I will appreciate, I don't know who created that video. Do me a favor, Sean. Give me, well, you know what? I can just do it for us. Give me.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
All right, now, there we go. Sorry. I don't know who did that video, and I thank him for it, obviously, because it was funny as hell. And you saw the Sean Payton thing, and then you saw Shad telling me about Joe Shad telling me about Cowturd, and he picked Daniel Jones over to, you know, I don't waste my time with this shit. You know what I mean? That was the most I've heard from Cowturd in months, right? Because I have no interest. Some guys send me a clip of Cowturd or one of those other idiots that I don't listen to. And he said, oh, listen to just the beginning. I said, no, not interested. Have a great day. Don't bother, bro. I don't care about these idiots. This is why I don't care about these idiots. There is, if you're, you know, Joe was talking about, well, maybe they're doing it to just stir up controversy. So if you're doing that, then I have zero respect for you. You don't have to stir up controversy. It's going to happen, dude. Brett Favre will steal from poor people, right? Ben Roethlisberger will allegedly commit rape. Maybe Deshaun Watson did it too. You'll have plenty of controversies. We have Dolphin owners that are a bunch of idiots trying to get Tom Brady, which he really was only going to come for 1 year with Wednesdays off. And anyway, stupidity and controversy will happen along the way that I don't need to stir it up. I can stir it up just with the stuff that comes naturally. I'll be able to do it. I am not going to formulate a phony opinion on something to stir it up for you. So if you want to listen to an idiot that says Daniel Jones is better than Tua, and then that Tua can't play, but then Tua can play, and then Tua can't win, but then he can win, I don't listen to people like that. Have conviction, come up with a real opinion, even if it's boring. Okay? Even if it's boring, come up with the opinion. But that's your opinion. And that's why I don't listen to a lot of these talking heads, because I know what's going on behind the scenes. And I know the producers are writing up the show and they're saying, well, let's do this, this, and this to stir up controversy. Which one of you guys is going to take the anti-whatever stance? And then you all play into it. And that's why I just don't watch it. Because if you're just going to be up there and be a bunch of clowns and have fake arguments and fake stances, just because all of that. See, the Sean Payton one, that was a political stance on his part. Oh, no, I'll see a change. Because he didn't want to talk down Teddy Bridgewater because Bridgewater was with him. Plus, he was already trying to politic for that job. And so now he sees that Tua actually plays, and then he backtracks because he knows deep down inside Tua is 10 times the quarterback that Teddy Bridgewater is. So, come on. I don't need to listen to this kind of shit. If you guys want to listen to the cow turds of the world and what's that other clown that also is on all the time that you guys talk about too, Bayless, dude, go ahead. Knock yourselves out. If you guys want to get hook, line, and sinker with people that are constantly just creating opinions just to stir shit up, no. I'll stir it up myself. I will. I'll tell you. Tannehill, terrible draft pick right from the day they drafted him. I'll tell you, hey, Ndamukong Suh, that's a terrible contract. They should have never signed him. He will not make the defense great. I will end up in controversies anyway. It doesn't matter, okay? Flo's going to get fired. He deserves to get fired. He's running roughshod through the building. That's how it is. Not popular to say, but it ends up happening, right? Fire Gase, fire Tannenbaum, go hire Greer. Are you kidding me? He's been there forever. He hasn't done anything. It wasn't popular to say that. But I don't do things for shock value. Sometimes I do it. It is shocking, okay? Because I'm the only guy in the country in the media side saying, hey, Tua's a player. He'll be fine. He needs talent, needs coaching. I sound like a maniac saying that all last year and the year before, right? Don't I? I sound crazy. I'm nuts. Now I don't sound nearly as crazy anymore. But I'll get involved in my controversies all the time. What did I do with hockey? A couple years back, before anybody had the balls to say it, I said Dale Talon needs to get fired. I brought on my hockey guys, George and David. They didn't want to touch that. Nobody wanted to touch it. But eventually, what happened? They fired him, right? But it wasn't popular to say fire Dale Talon. But I did it. And then at the end of this year, what did I say? Was I not the only guy saying trade Huberdeau, find another star, trade Huberdeau? Was I not saying that? Was it popular to say? No. Brought on our hockey guys. Oh, I don't know. You want to get rid of Huberdeau? Well, what happened? So I get involved in controversies because I believe what I'm saying, not because I'm creating some controversy to just stir it up. I'm not going to make up stories, and I'm not going to make up opinions. I don't do that. I've never done that for 32 years, and I'll never do that. In fact, one time at QAM, this is true story. One time at QAM, they wanted me to play the bad guy to something with Joe. And Joe would play the good guy, and I would play the bad guy. And I said, no, dude, I'm not doing that. It's not what I believe in. So, management wants to do something, and I said, no, dude, I don't play that game. Go get somebody else. I'll be the bad guy when I have to be the bad guy, but I'm not going to create myself to be the bad guy. I go, no, I don't have that opinion. I don't have that belief, so I'm not doing that. That's the shit that goes on behind the scenes. It's not who I am. It's not what I've ever been. And I think most everybody that's followed this show over the years, whether you followed it for a year or 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 or 25 or 30, you know that's usually what you appreciate about this show, that I'm going to be honest, good or bad. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to just create stuff to just get a rise out of you. Come on, man. That's so cheesy and unprofessional, but it's what our business is. And I'm sorry about that. I don't do it, but I apologize because a lot of you end up falling for this crap because that's what they do on a consistent basis. You may want to send Marcel a little reminder there. I don't see him there on the line yet. Por favor. Your opinion of Tua has always been correct. My belief in him has literally never wavered. I was so happy for him Sunday night. All the best, pal. Thank you, Martin, out in England. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. But you've been following the show for a while, so you know how I fly. Yes,
he
Sean.
just texted us. He's running a little bit behind. He said 1 minute.
Is he half Cuban?
Marcel Louis
Okay.
Jacques.
All right, maybe it's Cuban French or something. So, I mean, we pollute everybody. We make you all late. It's a Cuban thing. You hang around with a Cuban long enough, you won't ever show up early to anything. Hell, you won't show up on time. Can you give me the lottery numbers, please? Yeah, that's the only thing I got left. I can predict the shit out of sports, but damn, dude, I have a real trouble with the lottery. That one's tough for me. I need that one, Drago. I need it because I somehow or another nail the stuff with sports a lot. Not for nothing, but it's just one of those things I don't know why, but it's happened quite a bit. You know what I was going to do? Let me see here. Because I know in this part here, I can actually find the super chats that came out before. And let me see so I can give you guys.
There was only one. There's one.
Really? Oh, okay. I thought I missed more of them. I thought there was like a group that I kept looking at and I didn't mention them. And because I was in the middle of a conversation and then you get caught up with one. Jason says Alec Ingold was a beast on Sunday and nobody's talking about it. Jason, you are correct. And he did play well. And God, it's so good to have a fullback in the offense. And hopefully he will become a bigger part of the pass offense, is what I'm hoping. But yes, I'm with you there. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was just that one that I forgot. That's about it. Yep. I think so. I'm going through them now just to make sure, because when you guys send the super chats, very nice of you. You're making a hell of an effort, and I don't want to forget about it. Okay. All right. It looks like we are caught up. All right. Excellent stuff. What else did I want to talk about today? How about Dan Campbell? Did you see Dan Campbell? So one of his linemen, Dan Skipper, this is an incredible story. This guy has been on 7 different practice squads. He has signed over 20 pro contracts in the 7 years that he's been bouncing around the league. 7 different practice squads. Talk about somebody that has, belief in themselves and continues to try to fight for that dream. I admire the shit out of that, man. That is so awesome. And so Dan Campbell goes and acknowledges him, and what his face, the guy comes to tears because it's a long time coming for this guy to have, this kind of moment. And I will say, while I have a hard time believing the rah-rah stuff, you all know that I've talked about this with Dan. He is so easy to root for.
Hey, Skip! That's freaking right. Hey, Skip! That's freaking Hey, Skip!
That is super freaking cool. And it's a great job of acknowledging the guy. Those players probably know his story. how he's bounced around. This guy was cut on Hard Knocks. Okay? And then they brought him back to the practice squad. They needed him to play a position he hadn't played since college, where he played some in college, guard. And apparently he did a hell of a job, and good for him, man. That's a good moment. The whole locker room going skip, 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 all that stuff. I thought that was really, really cool. Did you see Bryson DeChambeau and the rope there, Sean? Did you see the fight with the rope he had? So Bryson DeChambeau was, one of his live golf tournaments, and he was walking off of the green, going back onto the course because he had shot one out wide, and he had a run-in with the rope. And check out the response and the reaction and all of that, okay?
Shit! Oh, where's my eye? Bryson. Oh my God! What the fuck, guys? Oh my God! Okay. No. Shit! Oh, where's my eye?
Obviously, DeChambeau, he doesn't even hold the rope himself to try to go through, and so he crashes into it. So our favorite golf analyst of all time, we all know who's our favorite golf analyst of all time, right? Anybody know who's our favorite golf analyst of all time on this show? Okay. So let's hear from our favorite golf analysts. Wait a minute. Let me wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me enlarge because, you want to get all of Paige involved here. Okay. You can never get enough Paige Sporanic. So Paige breaks down DeChambeau's rope incident.
We all love watching sports. We don't love watching players get injured. And I saw one of the most gruesome, it makes me sick to think about one of the most horrendous injuries I have ever seen. As we know, golfers get the reputation of being soft, and Bryson DeChambeau proved everyone wrong. After a wayward drive, he was coming from the crowd back into the golf course, and at a staggering 1 mile per hour, the spectator rope came out of nowhere and almost decapitated him, blinded him, caught him in the face. He fell to the ground. I can't see. Everyone is wondering, is he okay? Is he going to get up? Can he get up? Can he see? Is he going to live? You know what Bryson did? He said, I'm going to persevere. He got up, he finished his round, and he proved that golfers are tough as nails. Thanks for being an inspiration, Bryson. We all love watching sports. We don't love watching.
I mean, a breakdown from Paige is, it's just something that is just required, right? I mean, an appearance by Paige every week on the show is just, we got to get her on the show. I mean, we are fans, right? We do use her material all the time here on the show. And that was a absolutely fantastic breakdown of Bryson DeChambeau. A wayward shot. That was awesome. That was fantastic. Way to go, Paige. We love you. That is fantastic. Steven says, oh, did you see the Dolphins are 4th in the power rankings this week? Yes, sir. I saw it. I saw that the Dolphins are finally getting some love here that they deserve now, actually, so hopefully they can keep it up and we'll be all right. Dude is more plastic than a Ken doll. Someone needed to push her hair to the side. You guys are bad. Live Golf is a complete total joke. Eric says Miami has an opportunity in front of them to take control of the AFC with Buffalo at home and Bengals on the road before they start a streak of Bears, Texans, Jets, Browns, Steelers, Lions, and Vikings. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get her on the show wearing lingerie. Does it really matter what she wears? Really, honestly, she looks fantastic in everything, dude. Everything. There isn't anything that she doesn't look fantastic in. Sloman's Home Shield, by the way, is a proud sponsor of our program. We tell you about Sloman's all the time. And we love the great folks over there at Sloman's, always getting it done. Zach and Jordan, all the great people out there, as always. And of course, Chris. Thank you, Chris, as always. Vitaly does an excellent job. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's the number, folks. And we're going to give away that doorbell camera. I love my doorbell camera. I know exactly when somebody's there. I get to track everything on my smartphone. I get to track anything, all my other cameras. Got one in the backyard or inside the home, whatever it is. If you want to put 8 cameras, you can do that. You want to put 2 cameras, you can do that. You name it, you do it with Sloman's Home Shield. And by the way, if you call 1-800-ALARM-ME and you use our professional installation or our low-cost central station monitoring, we're going to give you an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, and 3 arm doors and a backup battery, plus that awesome doorbell camera that you will get for free by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME and mentioning the big O. We are in 14 different states. So call them 1-800-ALARM-ME and get the company that will definitely take care of you and been taking care of Americans for 100 years. This is the company that protects Sean Stanley's home. This is the company that protects our home, Sloman's Home Shield. All right, let's talk a little football with Marcel, Louis, Jacques, and our myedgedrink.com Miami Dolphins report.
Time to get the edge on the Miami Dolphins with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. When you want the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste, you can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Here's the ESPN Dolphin insider Marcel Louis Jacques.
All right. There he is. Hopefully with
back home.
No Buffalo love today, right? No, nothing.
What are you nuts? Did you see? No Buffalo love. How about Buffalo respect? We don't got to talk love.
No, you're in the wrong town. We don't give them respect. We don't give them love. We don't give them any. We don't give them a damn beer.
You don't got to give them a beer, but might be why they're lost 7 of the last 8. You got to respect somebody. Come on. Let's reverse.
We respect Tua's performance.
Let's reverse course. Let's reverse course. Miami's won 4 straight against New England, right?
Yeah.
Do the Dolphins want Patriots fans to respect their team?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. We just want to embarrass them and crush them. We don't care about their respect.
All right. Well, look, man.
We don't care about respect. We just want to see Belichick lose and have a really sweaty and smelly, day. That's all. Because, the way he looks like he hasn't showered in like 6 weeks when he gets there. So, it's no. I just want his pen to bust and ink to just go all over his
I don't know. He's been wearing suits. He's been wearing suits to post-game pressers now. So I guess something has changed.
Something. I don't know. Did he break up? Oh, is he losing weight? Is he back on the prowl on the streets again? Is that what's happening? Because that's usually what happens, right? You break up, you get a divorce, you start looking sharp again, right? So maybe that's what's going on.
Not without looking worse first.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. But talk to us about the incredible performance of Tua Tagovailoa.
The importance of Tua Tagovailoa?
No, the incredible performance of Tua Tagovailoa.
Performance. I was like, what you mean?
And how the stats are changing all over the place. Power rankings, winning overall compared to his draft class. I mean, like everybody has all these positive stats for Tua. Wow.
I spent a lot of time in the media online and looking at TV over the past couple of days. Ryan Clark was extremely complimentary of Tua on Scott Van Pelt's Sports Center last night after the game. Deservedly so, because while a lot of the internet wants to throw things in there like Mitch Trubisky had a 6-touchdown game, Nick Foles had a 7-touchdown game. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl, but that's just me looking at random games. Yes, Matt Flynn had a 6-touchdown game. We understand that it has been done before, but you know who else has had 6-touchdown games? Pat Mahomes, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, not Josh Allen, but some great quarterbacks out there in the NFL. Like it by itself is not the reason why we are praising Tua Tagovailoa after Sunday's game. Like in a vacuum, that's not why he's earning all these praises. He's earning praise because he had to be perfect after halftime, and he was. We're praising him because after throwing 2 touchdowns or 2 interceptions in the first half, he comes out and throws for 320 and 5 touchdowns in the second with his team down 3 scores. Like he had to be perfect, and he was. You still have to make these decisions. And, okay, a couple blown coverages, we understand. But at what point do we start crediting offenses for blown coverages? At what point do we say maybe this play has been set up for 3 quarters and that's why it was wide open there in the fourth? It's not the Ravens being bad. It's the Dolphins being good. Like at what point do we look at the other perspective here? So I think that he is not necessarily, I'm not calling him top 5. I'm not calling him a Hall of Famer. I'm not doing this, that, and the third. But I think that he proved to a lot of people on Sunday that he's an NFL starter, capable of running a high-powered offense. He's capable of winning games when he's called upon to do so. So, obviously that coupled with, back-to-back weeks of good offensive performance, that's going to send the Dolphins shooting up the rankings here. The AFC going into the season, I said multiple times, 2 teams for sure were dropping out. The Patriots were dropping out, and the Titans were dropping out. And we saw last night the Titans are not good. The Titans are not good. They get rid of A.J. Brown. They're banged up all the time. Ryan Tannehill is, he's worn out his welcome. They're not a good team. But I didn't expect the Bengals to look this bad so early, kind of without reason. I didn't expect the Bengals to look that bad this early. I'm a little different than you. I watched Ken Anderson go to the Super Bowl with a hell of a team, probably better than this one. I watched Boomer Esiason. His team was definitely better than this one, and they never went back again. And to me, that's what this Bengals team was, an aberration. I don't expect them to go back again. I think it'd be a miracle if they get to the playoffs. I don't think they were fooling anybody into thinking they were going to go back-to-back in the AFC, and they were nowhere near the favorite in the AFC. But I didn't expect them to lose to Cooper Rush. I didn't expect Joe Burrow to turn the ball over 5 times against Pittsburgh. Like I think more teams.
I'm with you on the Cooper Rush thing, but I think we're not giving Dallas's defense a little credit because they have played pretty decent the last 2 weeks. The defense hasn't been bad. They just have no support on the other side, but the defense has kind of done all right the first 2 weeks for Dallas, I got to say, at least. So
not just that. Like, I don't think the Bengals defense has been particularly good over the past couple of weeks either, all things considered. And I think that was one of their strong points. That was an unheralded part of their team last year was they played good defense. So I'm saying, like, teams are dropping out of the last year's playoff hunt. And all of a sudden, Miami is starting to climb back in. It's only week 2. There's a lot of football left to be played. But I think a lot of teams that maybe, and the Raiders as well, I think a lot of teams that people thought were going to be competing for a playoff spot are digging themselves into a hole that is hard to get out of in the AFC. The Raiders 0-2 in that division. You lose one more game, and I'm counting the Raiders out. I'm counting the Raiders out. It's just that's how it is. You still have to play the Chiefs twice. You still have to play the Chargers again. Like there's still so much that they have to do.
The Chargers.
Hey, look, love them or hate them. Love them or hate them. It's not December yet, and there's going to be a streak where the Chargers look unbeatable. They do it every damn year, from October to end of November. They're going to look like the best team in the NFL.
They replaced Phillip Rivers really well. They replaced him with the same guy, the same dude. Except this one's more athletic than the last one, but he's going to do the same brain farts at the same. He's going to put up numbers.
When you actually look, when you look at that pick six, obviously ill-advised, but a lot went into that play. I'm not sure why they were running hurry up there on first and 6, first and goal from the 6. Gerald Everett clearly, after toting the ball back-to-back plays, clearly was trying to tap out, and he ran a half-ass route. And then the ball was a little bit inside. So, like, any of those things by themselves, if they happen by themselves, probably don't result in a pick six. But all of those things combined created what we saw there. He also, drove him down the field with fractured ribs, which was, I think.
Yeah, there was no pressure at that point. You're down by 10. He's done it.
No. We can't do that.
In a very short career, he's had 4 pick sixes.
You can't do that. You can't do that because what are people sitting and saying about Tua's performance? There was no pressure. You're down 21. You can't do that to Justin Herbert.
No, you won the game. There's a difference between winning and losing, my friend. Huge difference.
You just said that there's no pressure on him because they're down by 10.
Yeah, you're picking up scrub points. You're down by 10. One score does
nothing. But then by that logic, what were the Dolphins doing? That's what I'm saying. You can't do that. You can't do that.
The game. No, you won the game. Yes, there's a huge difference. You won the game.
Yeah, they won the game, but you can't say there's no pressure. Like there's a lot of pressure on Tua as there was Herbert.
On the pick six. He's got a very short career. He's already got 4 of those in the fourth quarter. All 4 losses. Okay?
Hey,
all 4 losses. And Tua's done it once in the fourth quarter in his same amount of time, but he won that.
I tweeted a whole mess of Tua fourth quarter stats yesterday. Tua is one of the best fourth quarter quarterbacks in the NFL since 2020. Justin Herbert, I believe, was the league leader in interceptions in the fourth quarter since 2020. So, look, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that.
I keep trying to explain to all the stinking arm queens out there, and that's the problem we have here, my brother, is that we have too many people that fall in love with the size, the athleticism, and the arm. And in all those cases, Justin Herbert is 1,000 times better than Tua. That doesn't make him a better quarterback. And that's what I keep trying to explain to people, that quarterback is different than athlete. And yes, Justin Herbert, if you were molding an ideal quarterback, I would never argue. That's exactly the way you want your quarterback to be. 6'5", run like a deer, throw it through the stadium. I get all of that. But when push comes to shove, who are you? And that's what I've learned from Tua, and that's what I've learned from Herbert.
And look, just so everything is clear, that was not an anti-Tua stance. I'm just saying there's an ounce of hypocrisy in saying there's no pressure on one quarterback who's trailing in the fourth, but go to Tua and say like, oh, we're defending them against everybody who's trying to use that same argument. I'm highlighting the inconsistencies in the argument. I still think Tua. I still said was one of the best fourth quarter quarterbacks in the league. That is why I tweeted out all those stats yesterday.
I know, but you can't compare a win to a loss. It's kind of like the people for the University of Miami fans that come to me and they say, because on 3rd and 6, I said you should have passed the ball. They went with a running play. I don't know if you even watched the game. And then on 4th and 4, they settled for a field goal. and your offense was never really having any success getting to the red zone, even have a red zone trip, I say you should have put the ball in Tyler Van Dyke's hands. But then the conservative UM fan says, oh, but they still were within a score by the end of the game. And then I tell them, no, you weren't. Were you in the red zone trying to score? Did the game end with you trying to score? No. So you were never there. So don't tell me that. And so the same thing with you. Don't tell me you're comparing a comeback win to a comeback loss, that you didn't even have a chance to win the game. You ended up losing. You got a freebie touchdown. You got Ryan Tannehill stats at the end of the game, or A-Rod runs at the end of games, because A-Rod used to hit a lot of home runs and RBIs when games were already decided. And that, to me, you're getting stats when a game is decided. I can't compare it to a game that was won I
think there's a little more nuance than that. I think there's a little more nuance to that, because that's not my argument. That's not what I'm arguing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that penultimate drive, let's say when Tua was down, when the Dolphins were down 2 scores, there's the same amount of pressure on Tua then as there was on Herbert when the Chargers were down 2 scores. So we can't we can't discredit one touchdown drive, but praise another. Like, not taking anything away.
You think they had a chance because they would score and then they would have an onside kick and then recover? Come on, Marcel.
Finish the job. That's what matters. Tua finished the job. But we can't. It's moving goalposts here. It's moving goalposts here. But we're not here to talk about Justin Herbert, because you and I don't see eye to eye on Justin Herbert. It's chat fodder at this point.
Me and the country of media members don't see the same way of Justin.
I don't know, man. I think we had to convince Omar that Justin Herbert was a good quarterback last year. So you're not the only one. And also, sorry to Omar for doxing you like that. But he's a
great talent. I'm not a good quarterback yet.
I think he said that Tannehill and Carr were better than Herbert, though, and I disagree wholeheartedly with either of them. So
no, Herbert is much better quarterback than Tannehill.
Tannehill looked like trash.
Herbert is a real quarterback. Okay, now it looks to me like he has a yellow belly streak in him, like Jeff. You know who he is? He's Jeff George. That's kind of what Herbert reminds me of, an athletic Jeff George. That he's, going to put up all the stats and all that, but when push comes to shove. But Tannehill's he's always been an athlete, trying to play quarterback, trying to think like a quarterback, trying to do everything like a quarterback. He's never really been a quarterback. Yeah. He's just a front runner he's a game manager on his best days. It's because people are doing their jobs for him practically, but he's not going to be the difference maker, bro. Ever.
No, I don't disagree. But as Mike Barnes says in the comments here, he is playing against the team that the Dolphins have up next. We do have some lingering beef about that, because I believe, if I remember correctly, that I came on this show Sunday evening after 17 minutes of talking up Tua and said that now they're on to the Bills, and all damn hell broke loose. Yeah. All damn hell broke loose. And Dolphins dropped a little video yesterday of Tua himself in that locker room breakdown saying, enjoy it, but now we've got Buffalo. Like, I'm trying, and Mike McDaniel yesterday, even better. I'm paraphrasing here, but go look up the real quote, because it's going to be better than my paraphrase, in which he said, as a coach, you're constantly trying to get better. And it's hard to get better by basking in the glory of victory or wallowing in the sorrow of defeat. Short memory. By the time they got on the bus, or by the time they get on the plane, it's time to focus on the Bills game. It's time to focus on the Bills.
That's their job, not our job. Our job is to enjoy the win.
It's my job too.
And then you had to douse it with Bills crap. What's wrong?
It is my job too. And you know what? I did compare Buffalo to Debo, because when you win 7 of 8, you are the damn neighborhood bully. But before you cut me off, I was going to add that for everybody in these comments who has seen the movie Friday, do you remember what happened to Debo at the end of the movie? Did Debo get knocked out, or did Debo get knocked out?
Yeah, I think he got knocked out.
I'm not calling them Superman. I'm not calling them the Incredible Hulk. They're not Thanos. They're Debo. They're a bully. Bullies can get punched in the mouth.
For sure.
Like it's that simple. Now it's time to figure out. Now it's time to learn: are the Dolphins ready to punch Debo in the mouth, or are they going to tuck their chain? Because you're going to learn a lot more about this team from their ability to beat Buffalo than you will their ability to beat the Ravens. The Ravens was an excellent win.
I think you'll measure it, but this team is not its best yet.
It's not its best yet. It's not its best, but these games matter.
Yeah, they do. No, they do.
These games matter, man.
It matters. It matters, but it's not the end all be all, because I don't really believe the Dolphins are going to be playing their best football until several weeks down the line. Because man, the man just installed this offense.
I mean, I would hope not. I would hope not, because if you're peaking in September, you're in for a long October, November, and December. They're not peaking yet, and this, you could lose. They could lose this game. They could lose this game and still come out and make the playoffs at the end of the year. There's a very easy stretch coming.
You can lose both games and win all 15.
All right, semantics here. But let's be honest. Would you rather, if you're a Dolphins fan, would you rather beat the Bills or beat the Ravens?
No, beat the Bills, bro. Of course.
So why am I the asshole? why am I the asshole for bringing this up?
Up the Bills in the middle of a great Ravens win. That's all.
Look, man.
That's a sourpuss move on your.
There are 1,000 content creators. I bet you any of these people over here who aren't hearing my point or don't want to listen will happily come on this show, smile and nod and salivate and grab the Vaseline over every win. But that's not my job, man. My job is to keep things in perspective and keep things moving forward. That is literally drilled into my head.
Some people are saying that PSG shirt you're wearing is just because it has Bills colors too. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but that's what they're saying. Red and blue, and you're saying it's PSG. I don't know about that.
Look,
what do you all think out there?
I don't look good in teal, bro. Teal and brown don't match. Not like that. I have a couple Dolphins shirts, if that makes y'all happy. I've got the Grateful Dead shirt. I've got the Two Unknown shirt collabs. Like, it is what it is, bro. Like, I've got that. I don't have any Bills shirts, but I'm not going to wear none of them.
I know they say you got some Bills.
If you can finesse your way into my building, then yeah. Frankie, I am a Chelsea fan. I've had this PSG kit since. It's the reason why it's kind of tight. I've had this PSG kit since probably 2015. I don't know. Before I actually settled on a team, I used to just be a fan of whatever team I was best at in FIFA. So I was good at Arsenal in like 2013. So I was in Arsenal. I had an Arsenal kit, and then it tore.
We're kicking ass.
I was good with Atletico in 2017. So I got an Atletico kit from a Nike store, and I don't know where that thing is. I was good with Man U, so I got a Man U kit. I was good with PSG, so I got a PSG kit. I was good with Man City, so I got a. You see where I'm going here? Like,
okay, but Kadora says that you've got a Bills thong on.
Well, yeah.
I don't know how
I could say something, but I do need to keep it somewhat professional here. I can say something, but I do need to keep it somewhat professional here.
Yeah, leave it to me to be unprofessional. You stay professional, okay? Leave it to me. Keys to the game: can the X factor contain Stephon Diggs? Yeah, that is going to be the matchup there, man. I know. By the way, what the hell happened to X early in that game?
So all right, if you look at that, Rashad, I was just watching the Rashad Bateman touchdown too. It's kind of interesting. So originally, Kidder Kohu, that was his only snap of the first half, was lined up in the slot there. And when Devin Duvernay went motion, there was it looked like some late communication between X and Kohu, where X is telling him, follow. And X was now going to slide in over Bateman, who was originally lined up in the slot. But after the motion, he's now the widest receiver. So he's still in the midst of telling him go and setting his feet when the ball is snapped. And Bateman ran a hell of a route, man. Sold the outside hard and cut back inside. He caught X. He put him in the spin cycle, and there was no safety help around the corner. It was a well-designed play, and it was a beautiful route. A little bit of late communication on the Dolphins side, but he just ran a good route, and there was no help over the top. So that happens, man. Like that happens. I think that Bateman's got like 6 catches for 170 yards this season, man. Like that is kind of that's what happens when you're a receiver for these Baltimore Ravens. Like you're gonna catch a few balls for hella yards. So I don't think I'm worried about X, because 3 quarters later he should have had a pick 6 to ice the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. To this day, I watched the replay about 9 times this morning. I was like, damn, man, how did you drop that? That was
it's the easiest ones. Those are the ones you always drop. Those are the ones that are like you're all alone and you drop it. It's like, damn, dude, you just made a one-handed stab. How did you drop that? You know, it's like the dude that hit like a 27-foot 3-pointer, and then they foul him and he goes to the line and he misses the free throw. And you're like, yo, dude, you just hit a 27-foot 3-pointer with somebody in your face. How are you missing this free throw? And that's sports, bro.
Some people just know they need to be off balance. They need a little razzle dazzle on there. But no, X is fine.
I'm not worried about X, but that is the key matchup, right? I mean, although they'll move him around too, so the other guy is going to have to. Although maybe do they do with X what they did in the Patriot game, that wherever Parker went, he went. Do you do that with Diggs?
I think you have to, because what happened last time, you chased Stephon Diggs around with the rookie. I think Kohou is better than Noah Monogany was. You know, at this point in their rookie years,
he's a pure corner. This kid, when he got here, he was just playing corner for a little over a year in college, dude.
But look at, all right, bro, Kadora is getting caught. That's weird, bro. You want to see me in a Dolphins thong, man? You need to go outside, dog. But I don't know what's going on with Kadora. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but the thong.
If the Dolphins beat the Bills, Marcel needs to put on a Dolphins thong. But he's really stuck on that thong with you, bro.
Yeah, bro, like, look, man, I know I'm a good-looking guy, but I really need you to chill. I got a girl already. I'm very happy with her, man. I appreciate the attention. But
maybe it's the rapper on right now. What's the name of the guy that sings the thong song? What's his name?
Cisco?
Maybe that's Cisco right there. He's just calling himself Kadura, and he just wants Marcel in the thong.
I don't know, bro. It's 2022. You do you. But I think that you're putting Kohou in position. Like, he's just getting to a point where I think they trust him. I would expect him to start here on Sunday and put Needham back in the slot. Just because he got a little dog in him, man. Kohou, it's not just in coverage. He's such a willing tackler. And I think that's gonna be important, because Josh Allen is gonna break contain, and at some point you might find yourself on the island with him. I mean, you can't be scary. So I think at this point, I would trust Kohou one-on-one with Josh Allen in an open field. I think the coaching staff is getting there too, but you're setting him up for failure to put him up against maybe the best route runner in the league. Like, I think Tyreek Hill is a top 5 route runner. He's certainly the fastest damn route runner I've ever seen. Certainly the fastest route runner I've ever seen. But before I covered Tyreek, I did cover Stephon Diggs.
Diggs might be the best route runner in the NFL. Period.
I'm saying, if I get crucified as a Bills fan for that, I don't care. I'm dying on the right side of history here. He is the best
guy. Dude, I was a Diggs guy coming out of school, and he was a great route runner in college. That's why people liked him. That's what made him so attractive to people, is that they love the fact that he was a great route runner already as a young player.
Yeah, he's not physically super imposing. He's not going to run a 4.3, but he is the way he sets people up, guys on his routes, the way he's able to stop and change directions. It's just, again, you just want your best. You want your best guy at him, man. You want your best guy there. I'm not sure what they were thinking in 2020, but this is
it's funny that you bring that up, because that's the reason why he fell in the draft. Because he's not special in gifts. Yeah. Actually,
he's not special, and he didn't go. Look, man, like he was a 5-star recruit out of high school. He's not like he might have gone to Maryland, but he wasn't like an unknown, no-name prospect. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like he is
I know.
He chose to stay home. He chose to stay home so he could take care of his little brothers with his mom. I think she was a train conductor, like a subway train conductor. With her working long shifts, he just wanted to be around to help his family. If he goes to an Alabama or an Ohio State, like he had offers from, or Florida, like
right,
I'm sure he would have gotten a lot more. He would have gotten a lot more attention. Plus, he's a little injury prone.
But it's what you said. He's not like a big tall guy. He's not a big strong guy. He's not AJ Brown. He's not this blazer. And it's funny because in a way, it's kind of the guy that plays quarterback here. He's not built like those other quarterbacks that you're used to. He's built more like the Montanas and the Breezes and the Greasies and the Tarkingtons. So those are few and far between when they fall through the cracks and they make it to the NFL, because those guys have different traits that make them elite. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny because Diggs made himself elite without having those elite traits that people automatically, oh my God, size, speed, all that kind of stuff that right away they fall in love with you. He wasn't that guy, yet he turned himself into one of the 5 best receivers in the NFL.
Yeah, he is. And I remember watching OTAs and mini camp and training camp a couple years when he got traded, and I did Mina Kimes podcast, and I called him a top 8 receiver then, and people blew up on me for it. Like, are you serious? This guy, he just had his first 1,000 yards. Like, nah, bro. He's different. Either way, though. Either way.
Really smart.
The Bills also have to guard Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, no, that's now he has what they didn't have before. See, the last couple of years, they had to go into a Buffalo game perfect. They had to shut them down. They couldn't they had to limit them in points because once they got past 20, the prior Dolphin offenses were completely out of the picture. The good thing now is they have the weapons to take a lead, stay with them, or catch up. Either way, Miami now has weapons to actually hang there with Buffalo. That's what's changed, and that's what's going to be a lot of fun, I think, on Sunday.
That is what I learned. On Sunday, because last year and probably the year before, even though I wasn't covering the team, I'm making an assumption here. Last year, once it became a 2-score game, it was over. It was over. I don't care if it's 10 or 14. That Dolphins offense wasn't coming back. And so this year, when things started to get a little out of hand, I was impressed with their ability to keep firing. And not just that, I think we do need to talk about Mike McDaniel's ability to set plays up and design this offense. Because, look, man, if they beat the Bills, I think you might want to start locking bets for McDaniel as Coach of the Year. Because I think he's that good. I think he is that good as a chess master in this game already, which is impressive. And, I try to tell people, man, look, he might not have been the primary play caller, but it's not like he can't call plays. Like, it's not like he didn't know how to do it. And I think that he's done so pretty smoothly. It's been a smooth transition so far. But obviously, the Bills like to keep things in front of them. That's Hyde and Poyer. That's what Holland and Jones hope to be. They are a deep ball deterrent. You're not going to take the top off that defense. The Chiefs didn't either. You're going to have to keep things in front of you. The difference here is, or the thing to remember here, though, is Waddle and Hill are so good after the catch. And Tua is so willing to take what the defense gives him, which he did frequently on Sunday, and nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to talk about him completing 70% of his damn passes. Everybody just wants to talk about blown coverages. They don't want to talk about him picking this Ravens D apart throughout the game, but it's over. We're moving forward. I think that they have a chance at making things interesting to a point of winning the game. If I had to guess right now before the injuries, we see the injuries, I'm assuming if everybody plays, then the Bills have looked like I don't even know. It's so rare that there's a Super Bowl favorite entering the season and then they live up to the exact hype. But
it's happened before. I mean,
I haven't seen.
Tampa was one, and they lived up to it. As the season.
Rare, not never. But it's rare. It's rare that we crown a team and then they come out. I mean, they were crowned last year too, and they come out and
they were a contender last year. Yeah, and they're a contender this year. I mean, you're not calling them a contender. They're loaded. They should be a contender.
Yeah, they're loaded, man. Like there's no shame in saying, and I don't feel bad. I don't feel guilty in saying that the Dolphins are reasonably going to be the underdog entering Sunday.
We know you love Buffalo.
Like,
we know
here's what it is, man.
It's all right. We know you love Buffalo.
There's a world in which Miami wins this game. There's a world in which Miami wins this game because of what I saw what their offense is capable of with the backs against the wall. So we will see. We will see.
Think about how much you're going to hate writing that story that Miami won. Tell you, all of your friends.
See, what you guys are sleeping on. What y'all are sleeping on is every MF tweet I send about Miami, I get a wave of Bills fans commenting on it as well. And most of the time, it doesn't bother me, except when it is questioning my. When it's questioning my football knowledge, when it's questioning my analysis, because then I feel like I'm being insulted. I feel like when I say X is happening and somebody tells me, well, no, blah, blah, you're wrong, you're this, you're that, that's stupid. Then I'm like, oh, you think that this is just a hobby. You think I'm just out here goofing around.
I gotta tell you, we think you're a double agent. I spoke to Ann Nolan. I said, you might want to keep Marcel out of the locker room this week, Ann, because, he's going to give up secrets. Oh, that guy, I saw him with a wrap on his left knee. So, I spoke to Ann. So I just want you to know, if you get blocked over at the lockers, I'm just saying. They're a little worried.
I would pay to hear a conversation between you and Ann. But look, man, like there is definitely a part of me that wouldn't mind a Dolphins win on Sunday. Like, I'm not rooting either way, but like there's a part of me that would love to see a lot of these people who have been terrorizing my mentions for the past week. There's a part of me that would love to see them eat a little crow for the next couple months.
Well, there you go. Now you got it. That's the video clip. Tag it with Bills. Send it out.
There's part of me that just because, look, man, you could disagree with what I say, but do not discredit my analysis. I do this for a living. I do this for a living. So some people on both sides get a little disrespectful, but I see it a lot more. I see it a lot more from a certain section of Bills fans. So part of me.
Marcellus Bond, James Bond. Well, that's pretty cool. At least they've got you like James Bond. That's pretty badass, by the way.
I think so. I don't know, but yeah, look. I think it's.
I wouldn't take it as an insult. The thong stuff, yeah, that's kind of disturbing that somebody wants to see me in a thong. But calling me 007, I kind of like that.
Look, man, I am objective to the point where I have foregone allegiance to the only NFL team I have ever supported, which is the Oakland Raiders. I was a diehard Oakland Raiders fan growing up. Like until maybe about 4 years ago.
Now in Vegas, no longer? You banned them because they went to Vegas?
I abandoned them because they didn't deserve my fanship anymore. They did nothing to deserve my support anymore. And I'm tired. I do this shit all day, every day anyways. Like, what I look like going to the locker room, writing all this, watching film, and then I got to check on what these losers are doing. Like, I just said, all right, look, I'll be Rob Lowe sitting in the stands with an NFL hat on. Like, I won't support anything but my fantasy teams. So that's where I'm at right now. But no, I think it's got potential to be a great game. I think it's definitely a benchmark game. It's an opportunity to see where you are right now, win or lose, no matter where you are, as a team right now in your development as a team. This is a way to see, okay, how close are we? How close are we? Like when I was working in Seguin, Texas, and Lake Havasu, I would apply to jobs that I didn't think I could get. I would apply to everything just to see, hey, am I even getting are they going to respond? Am I getting an interview? Am I getting an email back? So I know, like I know I'm not done growing yet, but at least I can tell where I'm at right now to gauge my progress. So, they have a chance to win, but this is a huge benchmark game for Miami, whether you like to admit it or not.
I'm with you there. Follow him on Twitter at Marcel_LJ. Remember, it's delicious, smooth, and has zero aftertaste. We're talking about Edge energy drink. You want the Edge? You could get it really easy delivered to your home. You can't go to a store. You got to go to myedgedrink.com and use our code Big O. You will get 10% off. You want a delicious energy drink? You grab Edge Energy Drink. Go to myedgedrink.com. It's a fantastic elixir. I love mixing it up with my Grey Goose. myedgedrink.com. Only 78 calories, which is awesome too. So check it out, myedgedrink.com, and use the code Big O. What are you working on ESPN this week so folks can check you out, Marcel?
Yeah, well, we're previewing Sunday. We're previewing what Sunday could mean. I really do want to dive into film and ask some people who are smarter than me about, why Baltimore's coverage bust. Hey, it's a lot of people at ESPN for sure, man. Number one for a reason.
That's like a 100,000-page story then at that point.
Look, man, I'm telling you, we got the brightest minds in the world at ESPN. I'm not ashamed.
Why'd they hire you then? Why'd they hire you then?
Because I'm pretty, bro. What you mean?
Oh, okay. Well, that's true. That is true. That is true. That is true.
But no, I do want to talk to it just to see like what specifically were the Dolphins doing on offense to set up those broken coverages at the end of the game? Were they giving them looks in the second and third quarters, and that maybe led the Ravens to believe they were doing something else on those deep touchdown plays? Because I'm just kind of tired of seeing the same narrative of busted play without giving them any credit for actually setting that play up, for tricking them and baiting them into it. So working a little bit on that. I got a couple things about the 72 Dolphins as well in the books, but honestly, man, I got Barnwell's pod in about 7 minutes. So after that, I might even hop on some FIFA, hop on that new Modern Warfare beta. I will drop my PSN for maybe 5 minutes on Twitter, and then I'm deleting it because the last time I did that shit, I got 79 friend requests in 2 minutes. So respectfully, man, it shuts down my PlayStation. But
by the way, I know what happened in that game with the passing and everything. I'll let you in on a little secret. They went over and whispered to Lamar, "Hey, this is a playoff game," and then that's it. That's what happened to him, and then he just crapped in his pants. So that's just so you'll know, they just playoff game, and then that's it. That's it. It's over for him. All right, follow him on Twitter at Marcel_LJ. Catch him post game. He'll be on with us with the Buffalo Bills crying towel. He'll be holding it in the post game show. Right? Right?
Something like that.
Okay. All right. There you
Something
go.
like
Have
that.
a great week, my brother.
I'm
Much
gonna look
love.
good, though.
You're a great sport.
See y'all Sunday.
You got it. Much love. There you go. Marcel Louis Jacques, baby. myedgedrink.com. Use the code Big O. Get 10% off.
You now have the edge on the Miami Dolphins with the Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins Report featuring ESPN's Marcel Louis-Jacques. Get the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste. You can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com.
All right. By the way, some of you out there, I interrupt people, bro. I interrupt people sometimes. Sometimes I do that. Yeah. They're saying something I don't like or I want to make fun of, I'm going to interrupt them. And those of you that may have a problem with it and bring it up, bro, go F yourself. Go watch something else. Go download something else. Don't tell me how to run a show. I've been doing this. I'm completing my 33rd year. I don't need your help to tell me how to run a show. Okay? All right, so if I want to interrupt, bust balls, do whatever the hell I want to do, I'm going to do it. So don't bother asking anymore because I'm going to just send you to hell. Don't tell me how to run a show. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to tune in, support the show, all that. I don't need you to tell me who to have on, who not to have on, who you like, who you don't like, what I should do, what's the proper etiquette, all that crap. If you want that, go somewhere else. Okay? There's very few rules on this show. One, don't be an asshole. Don't be abusive on the text line. And don't tell me what to do. I'll be 56 October 1st. I've gotten here without anybody's help. I'm good. I don't need any program director telling me what to do because they don't know. And most of you out there don't know how to do a radio show either. So please don't tell me how to do it. You're not going to get anywhere with me like that. Okay? I don't go to your job and tell you what to do because I don't know how to do your job. It's amazing to me, these people like, oh, why you do this? Why you do that? I do it because I can feel like it. So shut the hell up and worry about your damn self. It's amazing, dude. Some of these people upset about you interrupting, never listen to Hammer and Hank or Neil. I mean, give me a break, dude. Yes. Some of the interruptions become the best exchanges. Because that's kind of the idea. Do you want me to continue? I love Joe Shad. I'm not going to allow him to continue saying that Herbert's great. No, I'm going to interrupt his ass. You goddamn right I'm going to interrupt his ass. So, yeah, if I see something that I want to make fun of or I disagree with or whatever, you damn right I'm interrupting. Okay? Last time I checked, it says the Big O Radio Show. Right? Not for nothing, but that's what it says. So I'm going to do what I want to do. That's how it goes. That's how it flies. Really amazing. Some of you have the goal to like tell me what to do. What I should do is what I normally do to idiots like that. Just block your ass and get rid of you. That's all. So you look 66. I feel 26, Pablo. Okay? As a lawyer, I'm already headed to hell. Can't send me there. Exactly. There you go. That's a good one. That's a great one, Steve. That's fantastic. Aaron Judge breaks Maris's record and has to be the real record. Yes, I'm with you, John R. Is that like John Rouse? Is Rouse with like a different, it says AKA Mountain Man now. So Rouse just uses John Rouse. By the way, I think Rouse has been on the Cuts channel, not here. I think I saw him on the Cuts channel the other day. Maury looked like he died during the show. Exactly. And I'll look like I'm dead probably by next week or something. I mean, give me a break. Big O, I had a weekend of a lifetime in Baltimore. Clutch show on Saturday night and excellent seats for that Dolphins comeback victory. God bless you, Mike. That's fantastic, dude. That is very cool. All right. What else did we have here that might be nothing really earth-shattering that we have to do. That's it. Confirm Maury Wills passed. R.I.P. There we go. Big O. Prende un padrón. I'm going to light up a Perdomo, sir. That's what I'm going to light up. A 20th anniversary. You know, I haven't hit one of those in a couple of weeks. I got to hit a 20th and a 10th anniversary is nasty too. So good. So rich. All right. What else do we have? Nothing else. That's it. I think we're done. We thank Cameron Wolfe. We thank Manny Navarro. We thank Joe Shad. We thank Marcel Louis Jacques. I get to go see Jack White tonight. Anybody going to the James O. Knight Center? We will be out there tonight. I'll do the show, and then I'm racing out of here to go to the James. Luckily, there's an opening act, so I'll get there with plenty of time and see Jack White do his stuff. So I'm looking forward to that concert, man. All right. If you want to do it your way, go start your own damn show. Exactly, bro. So it's amazing. Von 954 slipping in a super chat at the end. Thank you, sir. He says, Big O, just want to shout out to you as you're an inspiration to me. Finally going all in on my dream to become a comedian. So liberating. Good for you, man. That is awesome. I've always personally wanted to do that. I've always wanted to just like put together a script and just try it and go on stage on one of those amateur nights and just give it a go and see if I could actually do that. Takes a lot of balls. Okay. It's not an easy thing to do, to stand in front of people and do a radio show, do a speech, do comedy, acting. You know, it takes a lot of guts. Vaughn 954, I'm proud of you, my brother, and good luck to you, man. I hope you're a hit, and I hope you tell us where you're at so we could go support you too. You support us, we need to go support you too. So that's fantastic. Listen, if there's one thing you should never do, is do not ever put your dreams aside. I don't care what you want to do, man. I don't care if you want to have the best food truck in the world. I don't care if you want to be a comedian. I don't care if you want to be a podcaster. I don't care if you want to be a gamer, a lawyer, a police officer. Whatever your dream is, man, go for it. The worst thing in life are regrets, because those things last forever. Regrets you carry till you die. And so you're better off trying and succeeding or failing, because then that is gone. You tried it. If it's what you can do, it's what you can't do, it's what you like, it's what you don't like. You know, I wanted to be a pilot. I went and got my pilot's license. Then I realized, it's not really what I want to do. You know, that's kind of where I was when I was really young. Like a lot of young people, you're trying to find your way, figure out what you want to do, those kind of things. I wasn't really big in school, so I wasn't going to study forever and go to school forever and become something serious like a doctor or a lawyer. I never took school that serious for me to do that. So I had to find something else that was my niche, was my love, was my passion, which was this. But that's what I would tell you, man. If you want to be a comedian, God bless you, bro. Go for it. Because if you succeed, it'll be satisfying. And if you don't succeed, you'll be satisfied that you tried, that you found out whether you can do it or you can't. Because there's a crap ton of things that we can't do or we don't like, and we try it. But you always got to chase what you love, because once you do that, you're not working anymore. You know, I never, as much as I work every day and all day and all night, practically every day, I'm constantly working for this platform. It never feels like work. It's a passion that I love. It's something that I love to do. So I would have had incredible regrets my entire life. Man, what if I did radio? Man, I could have been a sportscaster. I could have covered Dan Marino. I could have covered a World Series, a Super Bowl, the Olympics. Guess what? I've done it. Covered all that stuff. Done national radio, local, written for national, all that kind of stuff. I've done a lot of things in my career. Awesome. It's what I wanted to do. And if you want to be a comedian or anything else, you got to chase it, man. Got to chase it. There's nothing wrong with failure. That's how you lead to success. Every single time. Everyone that has succeeded has failed, and failed a lot sometimes. Look, we just showed you that Detroit lineman. What was it? 7 different practice squads and 20 different NFL contracts. Guy finally got his moment in the sun to shine. Chasing the dream, dude. Chasing the dream that he thought he'd, maybe never make, because contract after contract, practice squad after practice squad. I got cut now finally on Hard Knocks. And then the guy gets called and gets his moment to shine and plays a hell of a game. That's a guy that can sleep great for the rest of his life, knowing that he chased his dream and he was able to conquer it. And that's a really cool feeling. I leave you with that. I love you all out there. I will see you tomorrow on behalf of Sean and Chad and everybody else, and Cam, Manny, Joe, Marcel. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel. Love you all.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.